Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the final day of Tata Steel Chess 2023. Today, the round was supposed to begin 2 hours early than normal, but I thought that it was going to begin at the same time, so I got a bit delayed in my live commentary. So a big sorry to everyone because today was such a big game, Arjun versus Magnus Carlsen, and I didn't want to miss even one bit of it. Anyway, now that we are online, now that we are live, we'll make the full use of it. And a very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. So, firstly, let me just tell you that what is the situation of this tournament so that you are aware that when you are following this stream today as to how exciting things can get. So Nodirbek is on 8 out of 12. Okay? He's playing Jordan Van Forest, which means that if Nodirbek, let's imagine he loses today against Jordan, which is unlikely because he's white, but still he remains on 8. Anish is playing Rapport. Imagine Anish draws his game. He also reaches on 8. Wesley So is playing Praggnanandhaa. Imagine Wesley So beats Pragg. He reaches 8. Magnus Carlsen is playing Arjun. Let's imagine Magnus beats Arjun. He also reaches 8. What happens with all these players on 8 points? A tie break. And all players will take part in the tie break. That is a 3 plus 2 minute thing. So that is why this is going to be a very exciting day. And let's first begin with the game of the leader of the tournament. Let's have a look at the one who's leading. No, this is Gukesh, Wesley, Rapport, and there we have Jordan and Magnus. Should we start with Magnus versus Arjun? Guys, let's begin with Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun Erigaisi because this is a very important game for Magnus Carlsen as well as for Arjun. In fact, for Arjun, this is the first classical game with the world champion that he's playing. Yes, today they started 2 hours early. Anirudh Sharma is saying sub games will probably end in draw. I don't think so. Okay, so knight f3 played by Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus Carlsen responds with knight f6. Now what does Arjun do? He makes a home. How do you make a home in this position, guys? What is the move that you play here? Hello Sumit, hello Ravi Teja, Ahan, welcome. Vignesh, welcome. Anish will win. Vignesh is Anish's biggest fan in the chat. He thinks Anish will win. Let's go to Anish's game also in a bit. So how do you build a home? Nivya Pal says supporting AG. Array, so many AG supporters. Pragit from Sri Lanka, welcome. Kya hi? Himang Ghosh is the person because of which I came at least slightly on time. He messaged me saying that today round is early. Himang, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have maybe started at 6:30. Because, you know, when I started the stream, like when I checked the regulations, it was shown every day the round is at 2 p.m. I was not aware that today it is not. So, this is what you guys have mentioned. G3, great move, guys. That is exactly what Arjun did. He played his pawn to G3. Okay, B6 played. Bishop to G2, Bishop B7, castles, and he goes G6. So Magnus going for double fianchetto. C4, Bishop G7, D4, castles, D5. Arjun playing very ambitiously. Arjun's last few games haven't been that great, but today if he can beat Magnus Carlsen, nothing like it. Now Magnus says that look, Arjun, you played D5, right? So you've slightly weakened the C5 square. How do you take control of that square, guys? Come on. Can you tell me, how do you take control of the C5 square? What is the move here? Kirthika chess is so fast. Our chat is so quick to find the moves. Amazing, amazing. And it's amazing to see that in this hyper modern opening, by the way, the move that is suggested, knight a6, is absolutely correct. Kirtika Chess, Ravi Teja, Anirudh, Poonam, Saksham, Adarsh, Dhanush and Samarth. You see, in hypermodern chess, after 7 moves, none of the central pawns have been touched. Isn't that simply amazing? That's how hypermodern chess works. Meanwhile, White has built a strong center here. Knight to c3. He goes knight c5. He wants to not allow White to play e4 because now both the knights control that square. So, he went knight d4 and he is preparing the move e4. In came the move e5. Now Magnus says to Arjun that, hey Arjun, if you want to take en passant, be my guest. I'm going to take back, and here my bishop is actually defended by my knight, so I have nothing much to worry about and the position is equal. So Arjun says, I don't want to touch because this pawn actually limits the bishop here on b7. It cannot be activated easily. So that was a good idea. a5 was played, and now one question here for all of you. You want to play now a3 and b4, okay? If you play a3, why is this not a good move? Why is this a positional error? Can anyone tell me in the chat what is the reason? Yes, this is the last round, and because tie breaks can be played, it has started early and we have close to 500 people joining in. Good job, guys. Good to see all of you. Yes, exactly. The knight can sit on b3. Here, I mean, my idea was to ask you for a4 move, but in fact, the knight can jump to b3 directly. a4 is also strong, but knight b3 and winning this bishop is is very good. So therefore, what Arjun does is that he goes b3 first, and he's planning to go rook b1, a3 and b4. d6 by Magnus, e4 played by Arjun, bishop c8 played by Magnus, and now a very surprising move by Arjun Erigaisi here, which I was not at all expecting. I was thinking that he would go rook b1 as per plan, just go here. But Magnus's last move was very logical because the bishop was doing nothing on this diagonal, so he went back bishop c8. And what did Arjun do? He went knight to a3. Very, very interesting move. And what is the plan of putting the knight on a3? Guys, can you tell me? Kunal Sharma says, congratulations on 11 lakh subscribers. Arey Kunal ji, you are so vigilant and so observant. You managed to see it. Yes, we hit today 11 lakh subscribers on ChessBase India after 1 million that occurred in close to August. The last 4 months had been tough, but we managed to somehow pull ourselves and we are now doing well again. Exactly, Sumit Bhattacharji, you are right. Poonam K, Shivam Gupta, Ishprit Singh, you want to play your knight to b5 and put pressure here, and this square is like an outpost because then c6 cannot never be played as the pawn is there. d6 would become weak. And let's zoom in to Magnus Carlsen here. You can see him really focused because today Magnus has to win at all costs. If he manages to do that, he has some chances to enforce a tie break if Nodirbek loses, which is very unlikely. By the way, we already have one result today. Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana drew very quickly. They played only 19 moves and the game was drawn very quickly here. This is the game. They just repeated and both of them didn't have the energy to continue, so they drew. Magnus yesterday was very, very upset after his draw against Praggnanandhaa, and he said, I will see if somehow I manage to get the energy to fight again. Let's see if he has the energy today to fight against Arjun Erigaisi. I believe he has to fight, but I like Arjun's position. However, I like his idea also, knight here, but it seems a bit slow. What would you play here as black? Vignesh says, Sagar, did you see Vishy Cred ad? Yes, I saw it. Vishy's Cred, long game. It was beautiful interview. I enjoyed it tremendously. In fact, I'm also writing an article on it. Tomorrow I will publish what I learned from it. It's very nice. So, all those who are mentioning this very interesting move, knight e8, I like it because it's not an ad. It's basically a video. Long game is called the format. Okay, so Arjun will go knight a b5 because that's why he brought his knight here. And now, why did I put my knight on e8? What is the reason, guys? What should black do in such a position? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Yes, Kirtika Chess, Jai Panchal. Very good. F5, fantastic job, guys. This is exactly why you bring your knight back. Kirtika Jai, Ramakrishna, Poonam, Saksham, Hansika, Rasoi Magic, Gaming, and Artian Boy. Well done. So I'm going to play F5 here, and after that, you are going to be in some trouble because now, how does Arjun meet this? One plan can be to take. You take back with the pawn, and now a very typical response here in order to stop f4 is, remember, ef, gf, and now a very typical response. Hello, Roger Rodriguez. How are you? From Spain, my good friend. An arbiter from Spain is here. What is the move? Yes, exactly. You go f4, you block this pawn, and then maybe he goes e4. But now it's like you are fighting for squares. Black gets the d3 square, white gets the d4 square from where he can go to e6. Bishop e3 looks very logical, and this game becomes very complicated strategically. So I believe that Magnus Carlsen is thinking right now after knight a3 about what move needs to be made. But I think knight e8 seems like a logical move. Roger also asks, is knight d7 an option? It's possible, Roger, but it's just that this bishop won't open up. So maybe I have more time now. Let's say I go knight a b5, you play f5, ef, gf, and I'm a little less worried about f4 coming in right now because the bishop won't be able to move out immediately. So perhaps knight is slightly better placed on e8. For example, let's say now I can go rook b1 with the idea of a3 b4. But if I do that in the other variation here and play rook b1, then after f4, a3, already bishop f5 becomes very, very difficult to handle. So that's the subtle point between knight putting it on e8 and on d7. Okay, for now, while Magnus is thinking, Magnus is one of the possible people who can reach the leader. Let's look at the game of the leader of the tournament, that is Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jordan van Forest. So this is, yes, we'll go to Pragg's game next. It starts with e4. Jordan goes c5. Knight f3, e6, d4, cd, knight d4, knight c6, knight c3, queen c7. Guys, what is the name of this opening? Can you tell me? Yes, Amruta will join in some time. Yes, it is the Taimanov variation of the Sicilian. So all those who have mentioned Taimanov, fantastic job, good job by you. Bishop e3 played by Abdusattorov, a6, queen f3 played, h5. Jordan is very, very used to pushing his h pawn down the board. I am very interested to see, by the way, if this is something that has been played before or is this a new idea. We can get it here. Let's just see. e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, cd, knight d4, knight c6, knight c3, queen c7, bishop e3, a6, queen f3. And now if you see, knight f6 is the main move. This is chess base 17 where we are looking at. There's also another move which is knight e5. There is also bishop d6. There is d6. There is b5. But h5 has been played in only 14 games. And it has been played by Alexander Pragg twice. So maybe he's inspired by that. So let's have a look at how that continues after h5 played. Now he goes long castle. Nodirbek, of course, very happy with this aggressive position, although he needs maybe a draw might be enough for the championship. If he wins, he's the champion without doubt. And now comes this very cool move, queen g3. Okay, and the point is, if you play bishop d6, I think you have to be ready with to face f4. Also g7 is hanging next, so you don't want to get there. So he played takes, and now do you play with take with the f pawn or the g pawn, guys? Right, fg3 or hg3. What is the move that you like, fg3 or hg3? So hg3 is absolutely correct, and this is the answer given by 60 of you, which is brilliant. We have, I don't know how to read the first name as it's in Russian, but Shobit, Anirudh, Parth, Saksham, Ravi Teja, Kavuma, Geeta, Ramakrishnan, Gaming. Well done, guys. So here he took hg, and this seems like a risk-free position for white, especially with the rook opening up here and everything developed. Let's see how it continues. He goes bishop c5, putting pressure in the center. g4 was played. And now, of course, you can't take it because then your rook would be hanging. So he went bishop b7. And his point is that if you take here on h5, maybe he wants to go knight f6 and recover the pawn. Okay, I get it. So he played f3, which was not particularly great. But Jordan now played g6, and already I feel that Nodirbek can go for this very nice move. Take here, take here, take here, and take here. And I think this position can be only better for white. I mean, this is an isolated pawn here. Doesn't look anything. I can also try and hit your structure here with a4. When you go to b4, I can come back. So this is looking pretty good for Nodirbek, who's looking for his first super tournament win. He's already having a nice position. The queens are off the board. Mohit Patel says Jordan has prepared. No, I don't think Jordan is in his preparation. He has already used 18 minutes of his time, so I don't think it's prep. Okay, let's go to the game of Anish Giri, because Anish Giri is the other player who can actually catch them. And this looks very interesting because Anish goes e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd, and he is in a must-win game today. So Anish going all out. His opponent playing the classical Sicilian bishop g5. This is known as the Richter Rouser. Oh my god. He goes for the g6 line. And you know, guys, this is known as the dragon variation, but in the classical, you hardly ever play g6 because this really spoils the structure. It spoils the integrity of your pawns. But if we look here at already this e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, bishop g5, you will see the main moves are e6, bishop d7, queen b6, a6, e5, and then g6 has 671 games. And guess who is the player who has played it the most? Can you see the name, guys? Roger Rodriguez says in Magnus position, I was considering nfd7 to push e4. Possible, Roger, but then if white hasn't played f4 and you play e4, it will weaken your f4 square, it will weaken the d4 square. It doesn't seem positionally the best. Yes, Dubov has played it so many times. You can see here, he's one of the most enterprising GMs and he's played it so many times. So it seems like and Anish has never faced it with white. It seems like Richard Rapport has gotten inspired by Dubov and played it. So here, what just happened? Let's have a look. So here he played bishop b5. First he took, then he played bishop b5. Okay, bishop d7. Bishop went back to c4. So Anish actually took a solid few minutes and went back. Bishop g7. Knight takes on c6. You take back with the bishop because you want to take back with the pawn, but your d6 pawn is hanging. So take back with the bishop. Short castles. And now queen comes up to d3, trying to attack the pawn on d6 and also stifling a successful f5. Rook c8, very logical move. And now the knight jumps to d5. Rook e8 and Anish instantly plays c3. I think a great position for Anish here, especially because it's not so easy to engineer the f5 break. If you don't get a successful f5 break, the bishop on g7 is very, very sad. Marufjian Salokdinov, if any of the players have the same points for the top score, like the top winner score, there will be a playoff, which will be a blitz playoff. I think 3+2. Yeah, the bishop is under house arrest. That's right, Mr. Bose. Because you want to play f5 and yeah, here instead of knight d5, if you play rook a d1, the problem is that you have to definitely consider f5 now. And if you take here, then you have to consider bishop c3. Now you want to, if you take here, this comes under the fire. So you take with this, and maybe after queen g5, black is happy. So this is how black wants to get play, and that's why Anish was careful with knight d5. Now f5 would mean that after ef5, there's not enough compensation. Especially even if you try to win this pawn, I can go rook a e1 with the idea of knight e7, f6 here. It can get very, very complicated. So c3 played. And now let's quickly go to the game of next game. But before that, we have our very own Amruta Mokal joining in. Hello, Amruta. How are you?
Sagar, I'm great, and you were late, I heard. So, very sorry from Sagar to everyone.
No, that's fine, Amruta. I think we are in time. We started a bit late, like 45 minutes or so, but we are definitely catching up on all the games.
And you are sorry, right?
Yes, yes.
So whenever you will be late, when we have to go out and you're late, you'll be sorry to me also.
Well, I am sorry to more than one person. Like if there was only one viewer, I wouldn't have said sorry. But because there are 1,000 people, then I'm
Okay.
sorry to them.
Get it, get it. Nice, guys. Awesome. So
Okay.
is chat ready to answer all the moves and are they in form and everything?
Yeah, they are very much on the ball. They want to see who wins the Tata Steel Chess Masters, and very likely that Nodirbek takes home this. But Anish is making sure that it does not remain a one-horse race. He has a good position, and Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun, of course, even though it may also have some bearing on the final rankings, a game with the world champion is always fun to watch.
Of course, without doubt. As
But
we discussed,
Amruta,
yeah, it's like 2 tournaments already.
correct.
Those who play with them.
Praggnanandhaa versus Wesley So has completed so many moves here, and we will quickly go through the opening. It was the Tarash, and then this Wesley Tarash, which is very famous. He loves to play this with the black pieces. Check, bishop d7, take here, take on d5. Check here. I mean, he would be very well prepared. Knight c3. I remember that there was some game of Vidit where he simply forgot about this queen a5 check here, and he played knight c6, and after some, no, not this, something he did which was very weird. Yeah, he took here, I think. Let me just quickly check our database, because I remember then with it talking about it in the post match conference that, oh, I just forgot about it. c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c5, cd, cd, queen a4 check, bishop d7, queen takes d4, ed5, knight d5, and here I think, yeah, you can see Vidit versus Mamedyarov
nice.
Vidit
Nice
at Tata
memory.
Steel India, and he had taken on d5, and then he had built up a winning position here, although it's a bad position, but it was a very last round game, very interesting one at Tata Steel in Kolkata, Amruta.
Yeah, he also played with Jubawa.
Yes. So here queen a5 is the correct move, and Wesley knew it and he plays this. So let's go back to the game, because Praggnanandhaa's opening prep is always up to the mark. He's always ready. Queen a5 check. Both players were blitzing out their moves. Knight c6. Pragg goes back queen d1. Knight e4. He plays his bishop to d2.
Pragg has 1 hour 42 minutes.
Knight d2, knight d2. I believe if you take with the queen, the problem is long castle, and then the queen would be under attack. So he takes with the knight. He goes bishop b4, rook c1, played Pragg still in his preparation, take on c3, rook takes c3, queen a2. He recovers his pawn, and now the knight comes to c4.
So knight d6, you can't short castle.
You can short castle? No, your bishop
Queen
is
d7,
hanging.
that's what. But then what? He played bishop e6 and Pragg didn't give the check
No, because
there.
check, I think there's king e7.
Wow. Knight b7, queen b2. Interesting. Even white's king
Pragg is still in his prep. He goes e4. Rook d8. Now he gives a check. Again, very quickly.
If you're prepared with such a line, then Wesley is also prepared, because he's having 1 hour 27 minutes. Maybe he's not unaware of this line completely.
But Amruta, what a move queen c1 is, because if you play rook d6, what is the problem now? Can you find the best move
this
for
is
white?
so cool.
White to play, guys.
Actually, it's so cool. Guys, I have not given Sagar any special gift yesterday on his birthday.
No, you gave a lot. A lot of gifts given by
It doesn't
Amruta.
depend on birthday anymore, I guess. It's more like...
Today we also received another gift from our friend here,
Ashwin.
Ashwin Subramanian, who is from Bangalore, very close friend, and he sent me a book which is called Deliberate Calm: How to Learn and Lead in a Volatile World, which seems like an amazing book. And thank you so much, Ashwin, for gifting this. So the move that I was looking forward to and that you guys are amazing. Rook a3 Amruta, trapping the queen, has been found by
Vaibhav, Vignesh, Harshit, Chess, Om, Abhimanyu, Kunal, Saugatas, Shubhi, and Sai Arvind.
brilliant job, guys.
And all those who had written Queen A3 and B A3 do work on your notations.
Maybe they put like the variation somehow, but okay.
Ah, okay.
Wesley, of course, quickly runs away to a4. It's very difficult to catch Wesley in prep, Amruta, because he is so well prepared. Goes queen e3, take.
If we cut your sentence to Wesley runs away, it is very difficult to catch Wesley. And skip the last word, it sounds funny.
Yeah. So now, Amruta, look at this. Rook b8 played. And now if you take here on c6, then you lose b7. So he went knight c5. And now if you play rook b2, then I'll take on e6 and then I'll take on c6. Correct? That would be hanging. So he plays knight to d8. A good move. He finishes his development with bishop d3. And Amruta, a question to you. What is the problem with rook takes b2? This is only for you, not for the chat.
Acha, why so? To see if I'm
You
alert.
mean why Praggnanandhaa or why so?
I don't know. Wait. Oh my god. 96 takes rook c8, king e7, rook c7, and then rook a7.
You're right.
But
Knight
no,
e6.
rook b1 is
If
not
knight
there.
e6, then this is gone. And if f e6, then
Rook c8.
or just castle.
Oh,
And give a check.
nice.
And you get some edge. So here Wesley goes g6. He says, I'm not going to fall for this trick. I'm going to g7 next.
In
So
spite
Pragg
of you
castles.
asking the question only to me, the chat was also answering. I like their proactiveness.
Rook b2 was taken finally by Wesley, and now Praggnanandhaa is thinking very hard as to how he can make use of his extra time and maybe this small initiative which he has, which black, if he gets king g7 and brings his rook out, would now equalize. So what is the way in which you can create? I think, Amruta, here's the thing. You can take.
Knight takes is forced.
Knight takes is forced. Then
do you
I
wanna
give a check.
King
Then
d7.
forced.
Oh, sorry, this is forced.
Then I take. Then you take. And I take this pawn.
And then a5.
And then a5. And then I think very likely that the game will end in a draw.
No, but I will not even as white give this chance to you to have that a pawn where I need to be slightly alert. I wouldn't go into this. So in this situation,
But if you don't do this, Amruta, then you are already a pawn down. So you have to be careful. Maybe
so I'm not able to take. I have only one move. Like next move, you're going king g7 or king e7, and you are going to be fine.
yeah.
Correct? I can't stop you. I can't play a move which can be. I can rook a3. So Sagar, if I play rook a3,
Yeah.
attacking a7,
Possible.
you can't defend because this is controlled. If you go knight
No,
c6,
knight e6
there
is
is knight e6 is hanging. So this is better not to take the a pawn.
Yeah, maybe Pragg is contemplating between these options, but I think very likely that this will end in a draw.
Yeah.
Should we quickly check what is happening here? This is Vincent Keymer versus Gukesh, and Gukesh playing with the black pieces today. He is against the German prodigy. He plays his favorite opening, that is the Ragozin. E3, castles, bishop d2, b6. This is the repeat of the final round of the Olympiad. He goes bishop d3, rook e8, castles, bishop d6, rook e1, bishop g4, and h3, bishop h5, e4 played. Brilliant move by Vincent. Already Gukesh in opening trouble. Bhai kya chal raha hai?
So
DE, knight e4, knight d7, because you know, Amruta, if you were to take
sorry. Got it.
If you were to take here, then bishop e4 would have attacked the rook because the knight was on b8.
Yes.
So he plays knight d7. Now bishop g5 comes in.
H6. Go H6.
Queen c8 he played.
Tell me what was the problem for a simple move like H6? Bishop H4.
Maybe take here.
Knight takes.
Take.
Oh, bishop F6. Ugly, ugly.
Yeah. So that is not possible. So he goes queen c8. But maybe Amruta, the other idea was to play h6, knight f6.
Rook e1. No, you
It's
don't
a
have
check.
time. Sorry.
So take.
Rook e8. You don't have time.
Take. Yeah, I think maybe it's also playable position. But
because you have double bishop and maybe queen d2 right now. Bishop f3 is the problem. You can't attack.
Yeah.
If bishop c2, just to continue one more move.
Possible, but maybe I can stop you with queen b5.
Oh, queen b5 is nice. Okay. So what did he play?
So he went queen c8, which is not a great move because now, actually, it's a very interesting decision by Gukesh because his opponent could have gone queen b3 and just gotten out of this pin. It's very interesting because here you can take and spoil his structure when white is better, or you can take on f6 like he did in the game, but now actually black is okay. So this spoiling of the structure may not be such a big thing. Knight h4
King g7.
and now already after knight h4 it's
Knight
Gukesh
f5.
who is thinking, and Amruta, maybe Gukesh is the one who can get a small edge here.
But Sagar, look, right now, let's say I would be just intuitively scared about knight g6, hg6, bishop g6, fg6, queen g6 check, and if nothing, I have a perpetual at least. So let's make a move a5 just to understand. Okay, knight g6 takes. Queen
So
g6
this
check.
is at least a draw.
At least a draw. Maybe only a draw, yeah?
Yeah, this is a draw. So
Maybe only a draw.
by the way, chess time, welcome to backer of Indian chess.
Array.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chess.
Thank you so much for becoming a member. So I completely get your point that you want to at least make a draw. But here, black has a good move, and I want to ask the chat.
But last time you said you wanted to ask me and not the chat. So, and yet the chat answered, which means
So
right
now you can
asked-
answer.
Huh.
So please answer, Amruta. What will you
No,
play?
the other option which I was just thinking to say to feel safe was king g7. But when I thought of king g7, the problem was knight f5 check.
Yes.
And if I play bishop f5, it looks again ugly without that bishop because it
No,
looks like a
that's just-
shelter.
This must be very
That's
bad.
what. Absolutely. So not king g7, which means if I am okay with a draw, chalo, theek hai. But if I want to play, what is the move I must find, or do I even have that kind of a move?
Some people in the chat are saying rook e4.
Yeah,
but
but
guys,
then rook e4
rook e4
And
is
if you
already
simplify,
very good for white.
yeah, exactly. Oh my god. So it's an important position to find an important move here,
Yes.
which can be king h8.
No, Amruta, the right move
Queen
here,
d7.
as shown by none of the people in the chat.
Once again, let's see who finds first. Queen d7 helps in that queen g7, like you allow your queen to go to g7 later. Also,
No, Amruta, look at this move.
c5.
How cool is this move?
What happens when the reason we don't consider this as the first move or even second, third, fourth move is because it is directly in front of the rook. So just take feeling of danger. It is like you're standing on the road where the cars are coming and you're just in the middle of it, right? That is the feelings.
Yes. And the thing is, Amruta, here it's already game over after take, because the h2 square is also controlled and the king cannot come there.
Wow, this move queen e6 is really amazing. Maybe until 6:15 in today's commentary, this has been the move to learn the most from.
Yes, this is a very, very important move that had to be played. And after knight h4,
Yusuf says, muchas gracias, affection, esto es para vosotros. I consider it that I appreciate a
oh,
lot.
Gukesh finds it.
Wow,
Gukesh finds
Gukesh!
it
Amazing. That is amazing.
and
How
gets
much
up.
time did it think?
Not
Only
much.
3 minutes.
Yeah, he takes only 3 minutes to find this move. Brilliant move.
Superb. I think I'm very happy with our analysis, Sagar.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Great
Amruta,
job.
I'll
Why
just
don't
come
yes,
back.
please.
Can you just go to Arjun's game and show our chat, because we have seen until this point knight a3. We did see knight e8 as
Benoni,
well.
right?
No, it's a very offbeat line.
Okay.
bd7, rook b1, f5, and now Arjun, instead of taking here, goes for f3, which is not the best move. f4, a3, and g5. Wow, what a position we have.
So Magnus has, this is a complete imbalance. You see this pawn structure pointing towards the queen side here, and for Magnus, this pawn structure is pointing towards the king side. That is one thing which kind of tells you which side you must play on. So white is playing on the queen side and black is trying to create play on the king side. Okay, g5. Oh, look, Arjun goes b4. Already a question mark to the knight. Where are you going to go? Of course, there are not many possibilities there. You can go either here, knight a6, knight b7, or you could think of taking on b4 because you have your rook on a8 well placed already with the open file. That's the reason the white rook is on b1. He doesn't want to exchange. So for black, takes, and then moving the knight is one option. Now if you go knight a6, we can realize that the rook on a8 is the whole point of ab4 doesn't make sense. So after takes, if Magnus wants to consider knight b7, yes, this is possible. But the rook, though having an open file, doesn't have any entry. So it is just like a bluff right now. And AB4 doesn't look very tempting. So Magnus will be for sure considering to go knight b7, I believe. Then knight a6, because when the knight is on a6, this is anyway not an idea to consider as well. So knight b7. But I like the move b4 by Arjun very much. Oh, look, Magnus already played. Oh, did Magnus take on a... 1 second. Did he take on b4? Or no? Not able to see the pawn on e5. No, he played knight b7. Perfect. Perfect. That's a good prediction here. Shanti Swarup says no capture even after 17 moves. Magnus left the chat. Yeah, that's funny. Cyrus Gomes says this channel will put me back into playing chess again. Arey, kya baat hai? Please do start. Knight b7 is a good move. Beloglavi sub says this reminds me of the game Karpov versus Anzikar, 1974. Kya hi memory. Amazing. So knight b7 Magnus is played and we see Arjun is thinking right now over here. What are the moves, guys, you are thinking of if you are playing against Magnus? Lordway says Arjun is giving Magnus too much leverage all the time. He should keep the pressure on him. But this is a good move, b4. I think it's a good position right now. Pretty imbalanced, pretty unclear. A lot of any kind of result is possible. Bishop b2, guys, come on. You would not offer a draw to Magnus because it's such a great opportunity to play with him, right? So some ideas which are suggested. Let's have a look at it. Bishop b2 is one, but bishop b2 does nothing actually. Just doesn't feel good because your rook is on b1, your pawn is on b4, and also here the chances of opening this is not there. So bishop b2 intuitively doesn't feel very good. Bishop d2 was suggested. Yes, that definitely looks like a consideration. Bishop d2. And what should be the main plan for white, for Arjun? I think it is more about not a move because the position is very closed. So it is more about where you want your pieces to be placed. That is what we are going to think. It is also more about where are we going to commit. So when we say Arjun is going to play on the queen side, at some point if he gets c5, that's going to be amazing. But that's not something which Magnus is easily going to allow you, for sure. But white will keep trying. To complete his development, by the way, there is one more point at which Arjun could think of closing the structure forever by going g4. That would lead to something like king f7, rook h8, h5, those kind of ideas. What else? Maybe if it is about placement of pieces, the question, the way you can think is where do you want your queen to be? Then where do you want your bishop to be? Let's say you have all your pieces placed where you imagine them to be, and then what next? This is one question. Same way Magnus is going to think for his pieces also. So he's going to think of developing the queen, most probably to f6, trying to get on the king side. Now he has the knight here on e8, which defends the c7 point, which is important. Magnus also has the ideas of h5, g4, which is a clear-cut plan. Kaustav says plan for white, get the bishop on f2 and plan for c5 break. That's a great idea here. Bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop f2, and then going for c5. खाना खा के ही आओ ना अच्छे से. नहीं
तुम खा लो.
नहीं मुझे नहीं चाहिए.
नहीं खाया.
Sagar, one question to you is, tell me if I'm wrong. White's plan is c5, right? Like he has to try and make that work.
Yeah.
So just to understand, he kept his rook on b1. But doesn't it make sense to have rook on c1?
But without rook on b1, he wouldn't have got b4. So
no. Okay. So you are saying that bishop d7 here. If I would have first started with bishop d2.
Yeah. f5.
f3. Everything else is same. You go f4 and I ignore. I go a3. You go, what did he play?
g5.
He played g5 and I go rook c1.
Yeah, maybe knight a6. You need to get b4, so.
And then I don't care. I go knight a4 because I want to go b4 now.
Yeah, but Amrita, the thing is, now you don't get c5 because your b5 knight is hanging.
Right.
So it's
Okay,
not
it's
so easy.
not so easy, for sure. Yeah, it's like you want to travel around the world, but then you need money, you need stamina, you need...
So rook b1, f5, f3, f4, a3, g5, b4, knight b7, and now is he? No, he's not gone bishop b2. But I think Arjun is thinking here, and a very good plan that was mentioned here was bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop f2. But generally, you have your bishop on e3, which jumps to f2. So definitely, things have not gone so well for Arjun in the opening. I think Magnus can be very happy with the kind of position he has got in this must-win game, Amrita.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, Sagar, Dr. Kankenstein says this reminds me of a blitz game, Warkonisho versus Heiderman, 1671, spring tournament. Move 26.
He's joking, you are reading.
Really?
Of course.
But then there was somebody else who said this reminds him of Karpov versus Anzikar, 1974. I think that should be truthful. And what if Dr. Kankenstein is saying the truth.
Yeah,
But the
maybe.
players are not known. So Rajesh says Anish said a few days ago, Bishop on G7 is much better than Bishop on B2. Yeah, but
Not always, but yeah, it could be possible here to put the bishop on b2, but he goes g4.
he goes G4. Yeah, that was something to consider as well. By the way, Beloglavi had said Rook F2 with the idea of Queen G1. King moves and that is
Maybe it's a bit too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
But Amruta, now I
Yeah.
think what Magnus can try is knight f6 with the idea of h5 break. And if Arjun needs to play c5, right? So let's say bishop d2 and then
King
h5.
F7. Okay, H5.
You have to go h3 because
Yeah,
there's
king
nothing
F7
else.
now.
You play here, and now if
King
you go
F7.
king f7,
You will go what? Bishop E1, let's say.
I think
Let's try to
also you
continue.
you should also try to run with your king, but okay, bishop e1.
King Rook H8.
Yeah, bishop f2.
Bishop F2. Now I think there's gonna be a sack on G4. Takes.
Oh,
mate.
Magnus says I don't even need to wait for knight f6. I am going directly h5,
Oh,
and Arjun goes h3 instantly.
solid.
So this
That
game
solid.
is heating up, guys, because Arjun has in a way made a statement that I don't want any g4 from black, which is actually black's main plan. He stopped it. So in order for Magnus to make progress on the king side, he may have to sacrifice a piece, as Amruta just mentioned, which will then make the game very exciting. On the other hand, Arjun's idea is to go for the c5 break here. Gauranj says Magnus wins the tournament directly if Anish and Nodirbek lose. No, even if Nodirbek loses, Magnus wins, there will be a tie at the top because Magnus is 1 point behind Nodirbek.
What did he play? Acha, there's some delay here.
No, he played. What did he? Rook f7. He played Rook f7, Amruta.
Oh, really? I mean, I would always think of King F7, Rook H8, but he played Rook F7, so that I believe this also is going to defend here.
And he wants to go Bishop f8, Amruta.
Yeah,
because
Rook
that
F7.
stops c5 in the long run.
Oh,
And also your rook
maybe
will
queen.
go to h7. So that's a very typical regrouping move in the King's Indian, Rook f7.
And maybe Queen F6 and Queen H6.
Yes, yes.
And then Knight F6.
Yes.
And then something like that.
Yes,
Okay.
that is true. That is
Possible.
true.
Nilrup says watching your channel from Tahiti for nearly about 2 years. Great job, Sagar.
Thank you.
Tahiti,
Thank you.
nice.
So all those who are asking for a summary, Amruta, shall we go and give them a quick summary of what is happening?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Should we?
Yes.
You will also get it.
Chalega.
Okay? Ready? First game is Vincent versus Gukesh. After the move Queen e6, I believe that the position is equal. If someone is pressing here, it is Gukesh. So small advantage to black.
Oh, after Queen e6 is not. He's still thinking.
Or maybe
Vincent.
it's around equal.
How long he's been thinking? 14 minutes almost.
Okay, let's go to the next game. We have Wesley So versus Praggnanandhaa. And here, Pragg, the last we left here, he did play your move, Rook a3. It did happen this way, Rook a7, Rook f8, Bishop c4, Rook b6, bd5. And I think the players are going to shake hands very soon, Amruta. I'll be very surprised if someone manages to create something here.
Yeah.
So Pragg versus Wesley going to end in a draw, which means Wesley's chances of winning this tournament end there. Pragg will end this tournament on 6 points, which is not bad out of 30.
What happens to his final rating then if he draws today?
Very good question. And maybe our chat can actually tell us, but I think I can also tell you, Amruta, by going to 2700chess.com, and there is a top 100 list, or I can go to junior players list, and Praggnanandhaa has actually gained 5 elo points from here, Amruta. And if he draws today, he might gain another 1, so he may reach 2690.
Okay.
So 2690, and that's a good elo that he has.
Slow and steady.
Plus all the experience that he has gained. Okay, Then we go to Anish Giri versus Richard Rapport. This is a very important game, Amruta, from the tournament standing perspective, because Anish is half a point behind Nodirbek, and if he wins, he will be able to enforce if Nodirbek draws, then there will be a tie break. So he goes c3, bishop d7. And what is Black's idea here? What is Black's idea, guys? Why did he go bishop d7? What is the point?
F5.
Yes, f5 is the move. You are right.
I wish you say that more often during the day.
And by the way, a beautiful move here by Anish Giri was bishop b5.
Wow,
And he
the
tells
chat has found F5.
he tells his opponent that, look, if you play f5, I will take on d7. Now you can't take on e4, Amruta, because I can go queen h3 and defend the bishop, correct? So you must play queen d7. But then I will take on f5. You can take with the queen, but I'll take here, and it just literally spoils your structure.
Yeah, too bad. The knight on d5 is amazing.
It's just a monster.
Correct.
That knight is like Nodirbek in Wijk. So instead, he went bishop c6, and he came back, and he went back, and oh, he didn't repeat. That is good news for all the fans out there. Anish Giri, in ambitious mood, goes rook e1. And Amruta, now the question, the $1 million question is, why not go f5?
Yeah, $1 million.
Very soon we will have. If you do better commentary, we will have $1 million.
I doubt. F5, white is not good, right?
Yeah, I mean, he will go f5, I think. What is Anish's plan? So I think
Let's
Anish wants to take, right? I mean, I don't see a clear way.
One second, but I might see.
Okay, got it. If you take rook e1, bishop f5, then I can go knight e7 check and chop this.
Ooh, that's
Correct.
nice.
That is one
That's
point.
Cool. That's cool.
And if you play knight e7, queen e7, rook e7, bishop d3, this is slightly better for white because of the active rook. Okay. So after here, don't take rook e1, but play bishop f5.
Now you don't have knight e7 check.
Yes. So now I will play rook e8.
Yeah, takes, and now queen g3.
No, but your bishop is hanging.
It's hanging. Oh, I don't want to go queen f1. That looks ugly.
No, but this is the move, Amruta. And now my threat is rook e1 and knight e7 check and winning this.
So you go queen d7 for now.
Yeah.
And then rook e1 if you go, because you want to give knight e7 anyway.
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
No, rook e8, bishop b5.
Rook e8.
Yeah, I like it.
Why bishop b5?
Bishop b5, then rook e1.
And is it after rook e8, queen e8 equal, you will say, or how is it? Rook e8, queen e8.
Yeah, rook e8, queen e8. I think this is closer to a draw, Amruta. So, very important here for Anish to deal with f5 effectively to keep something going for him. Because if he manages to win, he will win his first super tournament of the year, and also Tata Steel, first time he will manage to win, which will be a huge result for him. Not he will win, I mean,
he will have a title, right?
I mean, he'll join at the top, but at least he will have some hopes to win. Okay, so going to the game of
Magnus versus Arjun
Erigaisi. No,
because we
no.
left at h5.
Amruta, we should go and check Abdusattorov's game because we were doing a roundup. Oh, what? He's played f5. Oh, he plays f5. Now I want to
Anish
see.
will play quickly here.
Do you think Anish?
But wait, in that variation which he showed, it was simplifying. Now, let's say Anish doesn't want to go in that simplification.
Do you think,
What
Amruta,
else does he
Anish can play just rook a to d1?
If that's possible, I would say I really like this move more.
Look at Anish sitting down first things, then removes his jacket. I think it's become his habit now.
I think here after rook d1, what I love is you are keeping the pieces because the d6 weakness is very attractive. Like you don't want to exchange the pieces
Yeah.
quickly.
And also take, rook takes, queen takes. And I think this is some edge because you can't play bishop f5. There is knight e7. And
Yeah, this is definitely preferable having one rook in hand.
yes.
I think he'll go for this. Can you, the board? Sometimes Anish has these expressions which are like, what do they mean? You know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah, he's just trying to get into the groove here, Amruta. Very important game for him. And we'll continue with our roundup. Going to Nodirbek versus Jordan Van Forest. This looks like, what do you think? This does seem kind of equalish.
No, I think white has an edge
White has an edge.
because
Because of GH possibilities.
I think in the long castle his king is placed well in terms of in the future this 3 versus 2 can become a problem. These two can become weakness.
Also, Amruta, A4
Yeah, that's
with
what.
the idea of B4,
At the right time.
knight B1, knight D2, knight B3, knight C4.
Yeah, absolutely. Very Sicilian-like thing.
So this one definitely looking good for Nodirbek. If he draws, he will at least ensure a tie break
Sure.
with Anish only.
Yeah.
If Anish
I
wins.
think Nodirbek would definitely say, if I go to tie break, I will have to play another game with maybe Anish, maybe Magnus, and you know, all of it sounds all very tough to do right now. Let me put my whole energy and make it happen here. So he has this extra motivation to become a direct soul champion. So he will give his best, and that is going to put pressure on Van Forest. So if you look at my prediction, Nodirbek will win.
Wow. Which will mean that we will have an undisputed champion here. No tie breaks, nothing. All those who have been asking about tie break rules, just a very quick update to all of you that the tie break rules look something like this. I had just checked it out before coming live. There will be the 3 minutes plus 2 second increment per move, and if it is a sudden death tie-break game, then it will be 2.5 minutes for white, 3 minutes for black, with a 2 second increment per move as first move for both players. This is a very new format, Amruta. White generally gets more time and draw odds, but here there are no draw odds and they are giving white less time. It's very interesting.
What do you think? Do you think it will go to tiebreak? Or, I mean, do you think firstly this game will be a draw or will Nodirbek?
I think it will be a tie-break. Nodirbek will draw and Anish may win. But you never know. I think the main thing is how ambitious would Anish be? That is the question. And lastly, our roundup, we have to come to the game of Arjun and Magnus, and this is where we stand. After Rook f7, Arjun started to evacuate the king with King f2, Bishop f8, Rook g1, Rook h7, Bishop f1, Knight f6, and this is where we are.
So the whole idea for Magnus of kind of sacrificing here is right now not at all possible because there is 1, 2, 3, 4 guys defending this pawn.
Yeah.
King e1. It's like, arey, why did I castle?
Do you see, Amruta, look at this beautiful video. You will see very rarely that the second rank is entirely empty.
Oh, wow, what an observation. Shah.
And and you can see that the bishops are still on their initial squares.
King and queen also
King
right
and
now.
queen on initial
and rooks are on g1 and b1.
Give this guy the best design award.
For sure. That's an amazing.
After 24 moves, he's rearranged his pieces in a way that if they agree to a draw right now, all he has to do is move the rooks here, bring the knights back, and that is done.
Yeah. Someone also mentioned that Arjun is today looking at the board.
Yeah. By the way, very good information by Shashwat Parida says that Shevchenko has changed his federation to
Romania.
Romania. And with Rapport and Diach already in the team, it starts to look quite a dangerous Romanian team. That's true. That's true. By the way, Queen C8, Magnus clearly hinting at a big sacrifice on G4 Amruta. Somewhere he is planning. Also remember that AB could open up the rook from this side and this could prove to be very useful.
Wow. This is amazing, Sagar. By the way, Tamjid Alvi asked Sagar, what is Magnus' playing style? Positional or aggressive? Tactical?
I think mainly he likes to grind positionally, but he's very good at all forms of playing. That's why he's the world champion. He's a very good universal player. But if I had to choose between aggressive chess and positional chess, I would say his positional understanding is just the best. Okay, what is Arjun now going to do?
Yeah, actually, it's a great question. Even black has now 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nothing. So still no
He's
sacrifice.
still not. He's
But
still
I
not
think
exchanged any
this
pawns or
is-
pieces, Amruta.
this could be a thing in the future. Some pieces for black feel like they have nothing to do. The knight on b7, the rook on a8. Like even if you take here, there is no immediate thing there to do. So that's what some pieces feel like. Bishop on f8. For white, those pieces may be bishop on f1,
Yeah.
bishop on c1.
But I'm a bit worried about the fact that Magnus is angling at some sacrifice on g4. And
How?
that could happen.
It's because if you take 1 hg, knight g4 fg, you
For
can't take bishop
example,
g4.
if you
And how do
play
you rook h4? Suppose you want to
king
do
e2 or something. Sorry, if you play here, I was thinking
bishop
about.
d2, right? Every time we were looking at.
Yeah.
But then I'm kind of weakening this square.
Also, Amruta,
Huh.
now I
So why
realize
the bar
that
says?
Queen c8 had another idea.
Oh, is it c6?
No. It's like you were talking about this knight being not so well placed. So
right.
he's going knight d8 to f7 to
To
h6.
Oh, that fifth guy where he wants to do a sacrifice.
Yeah, that could be something with lot of pressure on g4 point.
Hey, but 1 second, Sagar, it's a closed position. If this is a clear plan which Magnus has, knight d8, it's like how many moves? 1, 2, 3 moves for Magnus, okay, to put pressure here. So, white needs to find a plan for the next 2, 3 moves.
Yes.
And if he wants to play c5 with the king now on e1, I'm not sure how safe it is anyway. But even if he wants to consider that, how can he do that? Oh, Sagar, if you go knight d8, you are not worried about c5?
No, because DC, BC, bishop c5 is there. My bishop on f8. That's why I brought my bishop there.
Suppose bishop d2, knight d8, and just to check if I can go knight a4, because now my bishop defends this if I want to think of c5. And you go knight f7. Then, can I go c5?
Let's say, yeah.
Which one? BC?
Let's take take on c5. Now if knight c5, a bishop takes, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, piece down.
So this looks not so good. I mean, you have given up a pawn, but
Yeah.
it's not so easy.
Array, it's important to find a plan for Arjun.
Yeah.
Guys, what do you think should be the plan? Bishop e2 is what people are suggesting. Rook b2 is what people are suggesting. How about, yeah, knight d8 can be met by c5 sacrifice. Yeah, but it's not working out immediately, at least. So if you go bishop e2, you are losing the control of this square. In any case, black has a clear plan, so knight d8. Now what do you do? How do you kind of improve the piece position? Because you can't just go rook g2. There is this rook h1 problem in the future. important to find this part. I think for all the guys who keep asking, especially how do we improve our positional play, this right now is a very good position for you to just think of what plan you want, where you want the pieces. It's a very, very important position. King f2, queen d3. Gh5 would be definitely bad. You have these two guys here, so you will. Gh5 you want to threaten rook g5, but there is rook h5 which defends the g5 pawn, and your h3 cannot be supported anymore. 1 2, and you have only one. But if you try to defend with rook h1, then anyway bishop h3 is possible. I can even wait because you cannot extend your support to h3. So gh5 would be really bad. What right now this move bishop b2 is what we were looking at earlier. Let's say if we try to look at it now, bishop b2, knight d8, and just trying to develop the pieces. Queen d2, knight f7, and taking the king here. So in a way, completely forgetting about c5. By the way, Arjun has made a move. Let us just complete what we were looking at. After king d1, knight h6, and king c2. If Arjun tries to get this kind of a relocation, okay, the moves are happening quickly. Let's first go to the game. He plays rook b2, and Magnus, without much thought, goes knight d8. What does Arjun wants to do with the rook? Does he want to shift it to the king side? Or does he have any other ideas there? Does black have any weaknesses? Yes, c7 is a weakness. That's why black has to kind of have one of his piece tied down to keep it defended. You cannot lose it because it will crumble the thing. g5 is a weakness. You can see it's a fixed thing. So constantly you have to be alert for gh5 when the rook is also there on g1. So these two are already weaknesses in black's camp. Double rooks on g file. That's what Kshitij suggests, that maybe Arjun wants to double the rooks here. So he is eyeing for one of the weakness here. That is an interesting idea. Very nice idea. Rook g2. Oh guys, by the way, if right now Arjun goes rook g2, there is a problem. Can you suggest a good idea for Magnus here? Can you suggest a good idea for Magnus here? Yes. AB4. Darshit, Vaibhav, Rasoi, Gopal, Reema, Kartishwar, Sai Arvind, Rahul, and even HG4, Shazib and Shivam. Yes, that's right. Actually, the point is to take here on B4 and then to take on g4. So both the pawns which were on a5 and h5, you are releasing the tension. But for what reason you have decided, Magnus can decide that this is the right moment to do this. Oh, by the way, Arjun goes queen d3, not at all wanting to go rook g2 and such ideas. The same thing is happening. What we were looking at, if rook g2 at this point, what we were looking at takes, but here why is this good for black? What is the move that makes it good for black to release the tension and to take on b4 and g4? This idea is important, is extremely amazing, and it's like a complete change of mind. Let's say, since childhood you always wanted to become a doctor, suddenly you want to become an artist. It's like that. No, ruke one. Let me tell you, a good move for black would be to go c6. A very strong idea. What is this knight going to do? If you take here, knight c6, and white's king becomes very weak. His pieces become really bad here. Black is going to go bishop e6, attack this pawn. This pawn is weak. Knight is on c6. This rook is going to be active. He's going to play rook a1 at the right time. So in general, just simply if you look at black's pieces, they're all very good. You might think, what if knight d6? This is all a lot of complex calculations there, but Magnus can find these ideas of giving the pawn, getting the knight to d4, and it's a great compensation. So this should be possible. Let's look at the game, because after rook b g2, after queen d3, which is what Arjun went, Magnus went knight f7 following the plan. He had this option of taking on b4 here, a takes b4, h takes g4, h takes g4, and continuing the same way what we were looking at with c6. It could have been extremely interesting and it would be a great question to him. But I think his mind was already only on king's side, which is why this idea must not be considered. And we should also ask Sagar, what does he think of this idea later? But it is extremely interesting to note that black can give this pawn away and still is very complex, but very interesting for black. In fact, the engine already says black is clearly better, almost winning that way with a nice move here, knight b4. Okay, so Magnus went knight f7. Let's keep up with the game. What has Arjun played? No, Arjun is thinking for knight f7. Now that he went queen d3, it makes sense to go with king d1, king c2. And that's the reason when we were looking at rook b2, at this point of time, it was a very tough position to understand, but this was an idea to move the queen away and to already start king d2, king d1, king c2, to put the king on c2, to put the bishop on b2, create a shelter there. That was a good plan. Okay, let's look at some other games as well, can we? Magnus has played knight f7. Okay, Arjun is ready to make the move. Yes, he goes king d1. Magnus is looking at the move, staring at it. What, did he not consider it, or no? He might be calculating something for this move and could have just continued with his calculation before writing the move. Tejasvi says, I wanted to be a doctor plus artist, man. That's a great combination. So Magnus is thinking. We will see what he has in mind here. Oh, by the way, knight at 6 is a move he cannot play. How can he play this move? Because gh3, isn't it hanging? He goes back knight f7. Very smart. This was very smart if he goes knight at 6. Let's look at the other games, guys. This is Vincent's game. Vincent versus Gukesh. What happened after queen e6? Did he play? So we last left at queen e6 here, which was a great move found by Gukesh. And as we were discussing until that point of time, it was a move of the day. Knight takes g6 was played by Vincent. H takes g6. And he went queen c3 here. Very good continuation by Vincent. Now, is he threatening bishop g6? Because the queen defends the e1 and no more you are threatening queen takes e1. So that is the threat. So logically you have to move the queen away from the disco. Not many squares to the queen because all of these are occupied, and here you cannot. So in fact, there are only 2 squares which are left, d7 and c8. But queen d7, wait, you will always be in some kind of a risk after bishop c6, though you do have rook e1 here, rook e1, and then going queen f5. Yeah, that should be possible. He goes queen d7, by the way. Gukesh went queen d7, and Vincent quite immediately, not quite immediately, he thinks for 7-8 minutes, he goes queen c4. So we are in opposite colored bishops with equal material. What is important here is who has the initiative. It's a very important question. Who has the initiative? Because the side which is going to have the initiative has an advantage because his bishop is going to be stronger. That's the reason. In this case, Gukesh has slight initiative on the dark squares. There is an isolated pawn as well. But c7 is a backward pawn and it can get fixed. There can be bishop on c6, d5, I'm not really sure. Mostly this is more towards equal. We will see. We will see. Let's go to the next game. What about Praggnanandhaa's game? What's happening there? Yeah, there we have Pragg on the board. Pragg versus Wesley. Yeah, they were already having equal position, but wait, seems like Pragg is trying. Rook e7, rook d6. He goes rook f5. Is the threat takes, check. No, that would not be enough. So anyway, h6. And this is equal. Yeah, some initiative with Pragg, but if you play bishop e6, by the way, can they go in king pawn endgame? Takes, rook f8. Yeah, this would end in a draw. But an interesting idea is check, and then rook e6. Pragg will win a pawn, but it won't be enough. The king is also cut off. Maybe he will play this and try to push for some time. He's thinking. Let's go to, yeah, Nodirbek's game. What's happening there? Is he able to retain that initiative? No, after f6 was such a nice move by Van Forest. Such a nice move. Because Nodirbek had to say, like, if he takes here, then this knight develops by capturing back, and this position already seems decent for black. What he did was to play f4, and after takes, the e5 square is permanently gone to Van Forest. The knight is placed beautifully here. Also, the g5 pawn is isolated. These two are doubled isolated pawns. So the threats of knight f7, knight g5 could be dangerous. Yeah, still complex. Can't say that it's equal or anything, but still complex. Let's go to the next game. Magnus. Yeah, anything has happened there. King d1 and Magnus is thinking. How Magnus is thinking since 5 minutes, 6 minutes almost. What about Rapo? Niche versus Rapport. Let's go there. Oh, we left at f5, bishop b3, takes, rook takes, bishop f5 was played by Richard Rapport. Rook e8, queen takes e8, and now Anish simply went back queen d2, and Rapport went back bishop e6. So this is the position we have. Slight initiative for white. Amazing position for the last round. In a must-win situation, we can say, for Anish. This is the best he can get. and now slowly he can increase the pressure. After bishop e6 Rapo, you might think that our bishop d5 and we are going in opposite colored bishops, but this bishop on d5 will be very powerful with the pawn structure on light squares. So it's not going to be so easy. The good idea here can be h4, guys. h4 looks very interesting. Already trying to create weaknesses. Also, you are defending your back rank. So that's a nice idea there, h4. Anish has come back to the board. Let's have the big screen there. Thogan says yesterday in post-game interview, Anish commented that he hopes he draws, Jordan wins and Carlsen wins. Then it would be interesting. Yeah, that would be super fun. Shrikant, thank you very much. Okay, so here after bishop e6, we were looking at one possibility which looks very interesting is h4. Anish went rook d1, right now increasing more pressure on d6. He says to black, what is your plan? Suppose we consider going in opposite colored bishop as we were discussing. Bishop takes d5. Here you can go queen d5 also, attacking this. That is a good idea. And also attacking the d6 pawn. So this is already a pawn down, and Richard is definitely not going to like playing such a depressing position. So there is no doubt that you can go bishop d5. He will try to improve his piece position. Problem is he cannot go rook c6 just trying to secure the d6 pawn, because there will be bishop a4 and it's going to be a blunder. Oh, I should have asked you this if you guys were alert to check that out. But most probably what Richard will think of could be, one is he could try to think of a5 with the idea of a4 with the idea of dislodging the bishop. That is a really nice idea. The other idea he could think of is still go rook c5, try to improve his rook position. But at some point he will think of a5, a4, because the bishop on b3 definitely seems so good that you want to kick it away. So this is Anish versus Richard's game. Let's go to the other game. Arjun's game. Has Magnus played? Yes, Magnus made a move. Magnus played over here bishop e7. What was his idea? Why did Magnus play bishop e7? Already not so easy to find plans, but he is most probably securing his g5 pawn at some point, can be very useful. So Arjun goes king c2. At some point, Magnus will have to decide when to release the tension. What does releasing the tension mean? You can see all the time there are these moves which are possible. H takes g4 or g takes h5. In some variation, suddenly when we were looking at g takes h5 was very powerful because black was getting some trouble with the g5 pawn. At some point, black might consider ab4, rook a1, and that could get dangerous. What it means is it might not be working out right now. Like, it might not be a good idea to exchange, let's say, at this point of time, but the tension always remains. So whenever you are calculating, you cannot say ki, oh, last move I have calculated that gh5 was okay, so now also it will be okay. That assumption doesn't stay. Constantly you have to be alert that that is always a possibility. So that is what is releasing the tension. So the question is, at which point and who is going to release the tension? When we say b takes a5, most probably that is not a move which white as Arjun will consider, because Arjun wants to go c5 at some point of time. He wanted to. With the king on c2, the whole idea will change, obviously. That is one. So naturally it is Magnus who is going to decide when he wants to capture on g4 or b4. So king c2. I think what we had analyzed in Magnus's game, yeah, I think what we had analyzed in Magnus's game, there was this one opportunity when Arjun played rook b2, Magnus went knight d8, and Arjun played queen d3. This move was slightly inaccurate but was very difficult to understand that at this point he had to release the tension. Magnus had to release the tension by taking on g4, by taking on b4, and then going c6. This was a critical point which could have changed the game completely for Magnus if he was able to calculate that. But it was so hard to think of these kind of moves, so hard that even Magnus missed it or did not want to get into it. Look at this. Right now, he has decided time to release the tension. He takes on b4, a takes b4, a takes b4, and now he takes on g4, hg4. Of course, Arjun is going to take with the h pawn. There is zero doubt. But Arjun has brought his king on c2. Everything else, rook is on b2. Things seem safe for him. What about Magnus? Is he going to go c6 at some time, at some point? Oh, by the way, Thogan says Nodirbek has +1 advantage. Really? That's a huge change. We will have a look at that as well. hg4, and now Magnus goes rook a1. So is this rook looking only beautiful, or is it something for white to take care of? Because it's not just this rook is on a1. There is the other rook on h7 which is also threatening rook h2. So how dangerous is it getting for Arjun? Arjun can definitely keep his bishop on e2, and you see it is already very well protected. This defends the bishop on c1. Even Arjun will have a move like rook b1, challenging this rook exchange, because this rook does not have any check. It doesn't have this any of the other squares. So most probably the rook exchange can happen. The king will be on b1. It will look like opposite side castling, closed position. And for Arjun, the weakness will be the white pawn on f3. For Magnus, as we are looking at c6, is going to be very tempting at some point. I think the initiative, if Magnus is able to get the c6 move at the right time, will go to Magnus. But it's important what Arjun plays in the next 2 to 3 moves after rook a1 especially. He is thinking, shall we just quickly have a look at why is Nodirbek having so much advantage? Oh yeah, Nodirbek has got huge advantage. In fact, huge advantage. What really happened? Because this was completely fine for black with the knight on e5. We had analyzed. Oh, Nodirbek goes rook d4, an amazing move, supporting e4, stopping b4, because after knight e5, b4 was a strong threat as well, winning the e4 pawn. So rook d4 was important. He plays that move, and right now what Nodirbek played was rook d8, which was not a good idea. No, but Nodirbek plays Rook HD1. Here he had to make an important move, guys. Nodirbek had to play one good move. Can you suggest what was the good move for white? Yeah, increase board size. I'll do that, Manoj Kumar. Most of you have suggested the move g4, but g4 is very bad, guys, because you have allowed this h pawn to be a passer forever, and g4 does no good to you. So if I go to chat chess moves, g4 had been suggested. The right move was a4. Neeraj, it's Vaibhav, Harish, Gaming, Abyss, Tejas, my rockstar Chirag, Rahul. Yes, absolutely right. That's the move. a4. Going back, I will explain 1 second. Yeah, a4 was a good move as we were discussing about spoiling this structure. Asking black what are you going to do. He can't go b4, and if he goes ba4, this pawn on a6 will seem slightly weak. So that was a good move as well. What Nodirbek played rook h d1, still increasing the pressure on d6, and Van Forest played h4. This is actually a key move which got him in trouble. h4, because the same idea a4 should be played by Nodirbek. But 1 second important is computer does suggest the move a4 at this point of time, because very hard to choose what how black should continue. ba4, rook a4, this is in trouble, in fact in big trouble. Oh my god, yeah, this seems good. Actually, this seems good. I think Nodirbek will find. Yeah, Nodirbek will find. He might think of exchanging this knight on e5, because this, as we discussed, a very solid knight. वो बोलेगा कि नहीं चाहिए, this knight we don't want. And after takes, the position looks extremely pleasant for white, with this pawn also on e6 being under some kind of pressure. The knight on g8 especially having no square to develop, and even to shift rook f1, rook f6 if the knight is planning to develop. This too looks really good. Also, very important point is e5 can be a great idea because there is a pin there. So you cannot take it and you might lose the d6 pawn. Or you might be forced to play d5, which is a very bad pawn structure with the light square bishop on the board. So a lot of ideas would be there. That's why for knight g4 it would be really bad to take on knight g4. It would be really bad to take there. Important would be to go back, defend this, attack this, but have to be very careful about this move e5 anyway. So it is going into a lot of complexities if you look at this calculation, which looks very forcing, which I'm sure Nodirbek is considering, as it is highly tempting. You cannot, if you take here, it's gone. Rook d8, knight d8, knight e5, and g6 cannot be defended. It's lost. If you don't take here, you will have to play d5. So this is again advantage for white. Slow and steady advantage for white. So we have to see whether Nodirbek goes for the move like knight g4 or whether he will go a4. a4 is very strong and will give him a good advantage. Let's go to Carlsen's game. Yes, guys, let's go to Carlsen. And Arjun. Arjun is thinking there. Oh, some moves have happened after rook a1. Arjun directly went rook b1, challenging the rook. Carlsen went check, rook h2 check. Arjun is thinking he can go bishop d2. He can also go bishop e2. He cannot go rook g2. I mean, he can go rook g2, but this exchange will lead to one possibility for Magnus. Guys, are you alert? Are you all alert? What should Magnus play if this happens on the board? Or what should Magnus seriously consider if this happens on the board? Let's see if you guys are alert. As we know in this game, if something was not working on the last move, doesn't mean it's not working in this at this point. Come on. Oops. No one has suggested yet. People are suggesting bishop g4, fg4, queen g4. Great that you did consider this. Yes, it's not bad at all. It is definitely possible, but a better idea could be to... Yes. Only Tejas and Vishwas has suggested a good idea can be to play knight g4 here. Basically a sack on g4 and Magnus will get what? 1 second. Bishop g4. Yeah, and then you move the bishop and then the pawn and g4. This queen. Okay, it will get complex. It will get exactly in the style which Magnus would really love to. So rook h2. Arjun is thinking, I believe he is going to go bishop e2. That is solid and strong. Let's see what Anish is also doing, because a lot of things depends on Anish. Oh, this is Vincent's game, by the way. What is the progress there? Gukesh versus Vincent. Yeah, last move he played queen f5 after bishop c6. Nicely placed queen. White has to, Vincent has to be careful about queen f4 ideas as well. g3 was played. Already he stops queen f4. Gukesh goes rook h8. Now, important was if queen takes h3. If Gukesh would have tried to win this pawn, what could Vincent play? Vincent had an amazing move. If queen takes h3, what should white play? A very nice position, a very unusual move. Guys, come on, be fast. Speed, active, be alert. Oh, amazing, amazing. Tejas, Sai Vijay, Gauransh, Rao Sahib, Vaibhav, team, Akki's channel, Neeraj, My Rockstar, Sneha Botke. Well done. Yes, that is the right move. Bishop e8 and f7 cannot be defended because this was the only way you could, or queen e6, but both these pieces are controlling. So queen f7 would have been very powerful. So this bishop e8 was a great idea by Vincent. He played g3 here. A small trap over there. Gukesh did not fall for the trap. He goes rook h8. Now is the threat queen h3? No, but already for rook h8, Vincent goes h4. The question is, what was the problem for bishop e8? f7 is still hanging. What do? You still can't play this. Queen f7 would be lost. Mate in 2. Guys, quickly, mate in 1. Very quickly. What's the mate in 1? I had last time the right answer. 25 people had given. Let's wait for 25 answers. We have reached 20. And we have reached 25. Gauransh, Ratnam, Hang, Aryan, Saumyadeep, Rishikesh, Ashutosh, Vishwas, Gaming, Agnivo. Absolutely right. You guys are right here. Queen g6 would be a mate. So that was fast. I'm happy with the alertness you guys are having. Rook h8. simple move for bishop e8. What Gukesh would have done is, look, I don't really care. I'm going back, rook f8, and now I'm reviving the threat of queen h3. What Vincent says is, look, all the time I'm not going to be keep stressing about the h3 pawn. Let me just put it on h4. So he goes h4. But we know there is a hook for the future. And what's that hook, guys? What is that hook? Yes, Naveen, Agnivo, Rishikesh. क्या बात है? G5 is the hook. Yeah, this is the hook which Vincent will have to be alert in the future. But another point to note is the bishop on c6 always protects the h1 square. So it's never going to be like queen h3, queen h1 mate happening that easily. This is an interesting endgame which is going on after h4. Gukesh is thinking it is pretty equal, but with it's not a plain draw. Definitely lot of possibilities to go wrong and make weak moves. Shall we shift the camera and go to Nodirbek's game? What has he played? Did he play a4 or did he go knight g4? Yes, he went knight g4, which was more natural and highly tempting. Van Forest went knight c6, not knight f7, attacking this or defending this. He just goes knight c6, and Nodirbek goes rook 4 d2 because your rook was attacked. So now a4 ideas may not even be very powerful. So this is the position we are having. Here Van Forest has a nice little idea, rook h5, not worrying about any discovered attack and attacking the g5 pawn. That would be a good move to play for Van Forest. And as we know, for Abdusattorov, e5 has always been a very strong idea because you cannot take here. Because of takes and knight e5 and winning this pawn. Oh, but by the way, right now what happens, let's say if you take here. Oh, directly there is knight e5. You don't even need to take on d8 because knight c6 can be in a check, knight c6 or knight g6. So if rook d2, Abdusattorov has this intermezzo in between, which is this little check. And for king f7, important is to not forget the rook on h5 anymore. So these tactics work. So all of this, Van Forest will have to be alert, and it's not an easy move to make to keep your rook here on h5 in the disco attack. Let's try to check the other games. Oh, by the way, just to quickly check what move Gukesh played, he played queen g4 here. And he is improving his piece position. Arjun versus Magnus, back to the game right now. Few moves have happened. Bishop, okay. Oh, he played rook g2 here. Actually, Arjun played rook g2. Magnus took on g2. Bishop takes g2. Rook takes b. King takes b1. Oh, and Magnus did go for knight g4. This is what we were considering. We had asked the chat, what will you play? And remember, guys, most of you had suggested bishop g4, but there were quite a few who had mentioned knight g4. Well done to all those who had guessed knight g4. But this sack already gives Magnus, the comfortable feeling that there is a lot of imbalance and he can try. Wow, this is getting interesting. Arjun versus Magnus is definitely going to be interesting. 2 pawns for a piece. A rook less middle game, we can say. All the 4 rooks have got exchanged. The position is closed. There were only 2 open files which led to the exchange of the rooks. And this is the position. 35 moves are over. 5 moves left for the 40 moves, and they have a lot of time, so it's going to go slow and steady. It's a great, if we want to analyze a little bit over here after bishop g4, the first thing, what is White going to think? What will Arjun think of? What do you want to do, guys? What moves? Please do suggest. Okay, Anish's game, we will check it. Let's come to this game again and analyze deeper while Arjun is thinking. Let's go to Anish's game. Yeah, we left it at rook d1. Yeah, he went queen d7. We were looking at a5. We are looking at rook c5. Rapport goes queen d7. And Anish goes h3. Anish goes h3. Rapport starts his queenside pawns with b5, intending, of course, a5 in the future. Anish goes queen f4. Still keeping pressure on the d6 point. And he is thinking. Rapport is thinking over here. By the way, for queen d7, there was an idea to consider, which was knight e3. But it is kind of asking that do you want to exchange the bishops? Because if you exchange the bishops, the imbalance is the bishop versus knight. And yeah, the knight can be very strong. Knight c4, knight d6. This pawn can be weak. But no, Anish did not go for it. He must not have felt very comfortable about this bishop versus knight here. So he played h3, retaining the pressure here. This tension he is able to maintain. He has 40 minutes. 16 moves are left. So time pressure is out of question. Can we now see, now that we know that Anish is trying, he has slight initiative, definitely any result is possible. There are chances that Anish can convert this and beat Rapport. In Nodirbek's game, as a summary, in Nodirbek's game, Nodirbek is trying hard. It is equal. So we, as of now, Van Forest is actually playing well, defending well. In fact, he has played this move rook h5, which looked scary, which looked like a difficult decision, but he went for that, and Nodirbek just sipped in some water and played e5. So we are going towards complexities where Van Forest will have to defend accurately on every move. He cannot falter. It is important. So in a way, practically, it's a great position for Nodirbek. We can say that. Forced is the move d5. Very important that he goes and plays d5. I feel that Van Forest is going to play d5, and who knows, if now for Nodirbek who wants to win badly, he might also come under pressure, and maybe Van Forest also wins material. You can see all these are isolated pawns there. Let's not forget that even White can come under pressure. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game. We have not had a look there because it was equal since some time. Is it still equal? Yeah, Wesley was okay with this exchange. He gave the pawn. Oh, very surprising though. But he clearly believes that he will be defending this. So this is still equal. And in Arjun's game here, Bishop g4, Arjun is thinking. Richard is about to make a move. Let's stick here for a while. After queen f4, what has he played? Maybe we can just have the full screen right now. Yeah, he goes rook c5. Guys, Sagar is going to come back. Today we kind of mixed up the timings. We thought the round is going to start at 6:45, 6:30 like usual, but the round had already started. The whole plan was slightly here and there. So it's definitely going to join us. He was here, of course, initially, but he's also going to join us in just a while. so that he gets his full energy. So stay there, guys, stay there. Rook c5. Anish is thinking what are the options he has. Yes, he can go back knight e3, put more pressure here. I don't know if he's going to think of ideas like, no, h4 doesn't look good anymore. Not an easy position to convert your slight advantage. So it will be very interesting to see how Anish is going to continue. But knight e3 looks like one possibility. If I just show you the move h4, you are giving up this g4 square, so it intuitively doesn't feel good. There is another interesting move, I don't know how good it is, but g4, so that in the future you would also like to fix this. As of now, you have taken away the squares, but it looks kind of weakening to the king. So we will come back to this game later. As of now, let's have a look at if Arjun has made any move after bishop g4. No, he is still thinking. So we had decided to check this out because it is getting into complications. Magnus is a piece down, piece for 2 pawns. That's the compensation. And let's try to understand this position. What are your suggestions with white? What should be Arjun's next move? Is my question to all of you. What should be Arjun's next move? Knight a4, bishop f3, knight a7. You want to attack the queen. Okay, knight a4 as well. Bishop f3. Okay, why do you want to go knight a4, guys? What is your plan with knight a4? Do you want to go c5 with the king on b1? So Magnus's idea is to move the bishop and to start with g4. He wants the pawns to go rolling. So if you go knight a4, the bishop goes to d7, and with the last move, did you intend anything? Like, did you have the plan of c5? It doesn't seem at all like right now it's going to work, because takes, and just simply taking here is already giving white nothing. So knight a4 is an idea which is doing no good to you. So let's discard it. Good suggestion. We had to analyze to understand. Knight a7, which looks like a tempo to the queen, is a possibility. If we check, Magnus can go queen d7, again threatening that the bishop wants to move and he wants to start with g4, f3, all those ideas. The knight on a7, did it progress? Did it make any kind of progress? That's the question. Did it want to go to c6? Yeah, it could. I'll maybe just save my bishop here, and the knight on c6 is looking very beautiful. बहुत सही, super makeup wake up किया है, but that's it. There is nothing really which it is attacking. Absolutely nothing. And this defense is also useless. So knight on c6, really not useful. So the move which I think, what you guys suggested, and which makes some sense, good sense in fact, is bishop f3. You are challenging this bishop. And the first question is, what if a simple exchange happens and this pawn starts rolling with g4? This would be one position to consider. Queen h1 and the pawns are going to roll. Oh my god, it just looks so scary already to play such a thing with Magnus. So this is one possibility. The other thing which Magnus has is he can say, okay, I don't want to really exchange, because your bishop on f3 is a very happy thing for me, because my pawns are getting tempos, tempos नहीं रहता, tempi रहता है, plural. But yeah, in this case, g4 is coming with an attack on the bishop. Then maybe f3 will happen with an attack. So that's how he will think, and bishop d7 definitely looks something which is powerful. White will say, okay, I'll go bishop h5, try to take this knight away, and we might go in such a kind of position. And if white takes the knight, no, not a very good idea to leave black with this double bishops and these, let's call them double pawns right now, look very powerful. So that is one about bishop f3. Vaibhav says that Arjun lost this kind of position against Jordan, where Jordan sacked his knight for 2 pawns. Okay, great. Apart from bishop f3, is Arjun having any other ideas which are possible? Maybe he can bring this bishop into the game, trying to go bishop d2, and if bishop h5, maybe bishop e1, but g4 still would be very strong. Actually, what Magnus would like to do is after g4, maybe not f3. Let's say this is the position. Magnus has both the pawns on g4 and f3. Let's say you are Magnus, okay? You must the nice pawns on g4 and f4. Definitely a confusion, right? Whether you want to go f3 or you want to push g3. Which pawn would you actually like to push? Forget about the calculation and everything. Intuitively, which pawn would you like to push? f3 or g3? That is my question to all of you guys. f3. More people are towards f3 actually, because it just feels like you're on the go, you're also attacking the bishop. So after g4, let's say I make a move, this bishop actually goes nowhere. I mean, you don't want to place it on f2 for sure. How do I improve my position is a very big question. But if I go a move like queen f1 and you go f3, bishop h1, look at this bishop. Magnus sacrifices a piece for 2 pawns. But if you look at this bishop can never come out of the game until these 2 pawns are gone. So in a way, giving back the gift, exchanging the piece, you can't even give it back because it is very well defended. So you don't get enough. I think Arjun is going to land in some trouble. It's not like it cannot be defended. It's possible to defend, but definitely Magnus has great chances after this sacrifice on g4. It was important for Arjun to not go rook g2 because this rook was, of course, even with the rook, the sacrifice could have happened, but maybe bishop e2 was stronger, so that you are now not allowing this anymore. Takes bishop g4, even if it is, oh sorry, I forgot about the rook on a1, very sorry about that. So for bishop e2, if Magnus would have played takes and then knight g4, this was not possible. Sorry, now the king is on b1, so anyway there is no pin. So you see, this was important that you don't allow any sacrifice. Okay, let's look at the other games. Is that okay? Can Arjun play knight a3, planning knight c2 to get the knights on the king side? Knight a3 with the idea of knight c2 is what you want. Yes, you can think of knight a3, knight c2, allowing g4. Magnus slowly improving his position. As we have seen, he would love to get his queen in the game. Either it can be with g3, queen g4, or if you've gone knight c2, maybe after g3 you don't want to give a solid blockader over there, so maybe g3 is not the move. So he will play slow. He will first improve his piece positions also. He doesn't need to hurry by pushing both any of the pawn. He can retain that structure. First try to improve his queen, knight, bishop, and then go for the right idea, either f3 or g3. By the way, Arjun has played the move many of you guys had suggested, which was bishop f3. And Magnus doesn't think at... No, Magnus is writing and he's thinking. Let's see what Magnus is going to play. Let's have the big screen right now, because I think Magnus might play in 1 minute. Prasad Malgavkar says Amrita making blunders with engine. Epic. Exactly, Prasad. So, trying not to see engine, trying to just see ideas. And then if I don't look at engine, there's always something wrong. Yeah, there. I get it, but I have to... it's very difficult to not think naturally. Oh, Magnus is actually thinking. Thank you, SSP. We have a news. Thogan says Anish has 0.9 advantage. Okay. Shall we change this game, or shall we stick here until Magnus makes his next move? Magnus is 50 minutes. How long do you think is Magnus going to think, guys? Change. Anish. Magnus is going to think 10 minutes. That's what Mukesh Gupta says. Okay, most of the people want to change. So what we will do is quickly change and then come back here. Why not? Yeah. So this is Anish's game right now. 1 second. Oh, they've changed the camera. Where is Anish gone? Here. Here it is. Anish versus Rapport. We last left at rook c5. Actually, Anish played knight e3. Anish did play knight e3. Rapport went bishop e5 there. He did not exchange the bishops here. It did not allow this pawn structure there. So Anish, he played bishop e5 and Anish went queen e4. Rapport went king g7. Now guys, over here, what Anish can do is interesting. Anish can take this bishop on e6. Bishop takes e6. An extremely important move. Because let's say if you take queen, you have queen takes e6 and you have f takes e6. Let's say if you take queen takes e6, Anish can kick this bishop away from e5. Where is this bishop going to go? Looks like the only square here. But the problem is, you take here, and Rapport will lose this d6 pawn, which has been a weakness for a long time. Not just lose this pawn, but also these are the weaknesses there. The knight is very powerful. By the way, Anish has not taken on e6. He's first gone f4. That is also a good idea, because if bishop f6, then what he wants to do is the same thing. Bishop takes e6, queen e6 we already saw. And if f takes e6, then he wants to go knight g4, again attacking this bishop. This king on g7 is simply going to become weak. So it's a very good timing which Anish has found. I think Rapport just missed this completely, this whole idea where he played bishop e5. It was not a good move. Bishop e5 was not a good move. It gave all these chances to Anish, and Anish was super alert. So well done here. With f4, bishop f6. Yeah, he plays bishop f6 because that's the only move. Anish will take on e6. Oh no, Anish plays g4. Wow. What a move. What a move. Anish has played on the board. g4. He did not take the bishop on e6. So what is his idea? Let us just try to quickly understand. Right now he wants to go g5 dark squares are going to become very weak. First very important question is for g4. Let's say it's black to play. Let's say black just simply takes this bishop. Takes. And if you look here, next move threat is g5. Just to also make you understand, if I make a simple move like a5, then there is g5. And this bishop is in big trouble. Because if you play bishop e7, to all the people in the chat, what should white play? Are you guys alert? What should white play? Okay, maybe I should have a bigger board. Yeah, sorry for that. This is the bigger board. What should white play? Okay, let's check what the chat has said. Oh guys, you guys are alert. Amazing. Queen d4, Devil, Prathamesh, Love Chess, Kajal, Santosh, Pratik, Rajat, Maulik, Saumedeep, and Dr. Blender amazingly found the move is Queen d4. You guys are alert. The idea is if king moves, then there is a pin there and queen takes c5. You cannot take back the queen, so you lose the rook. That was pretty tactical there. So the idea is g5, the bishop moves, then queen d4, queen c5. This is actually the idea, guys. This is the idea. Yeah. How is he going to defend? How is Richard going to defend here for g4? Because it's a clear-cut threat. He must move the queen from d7, get out of the pin, queen c6, challenge this queen as well, because queen exchange may not be the best but still important. And Anish can go bishop d5, another move to attack the queen, forcing the exchange here. Takes, and we are seeing a beautiful knight against this bishop, a clear-cut imbalance that this knight is anytime better in comparison to the bishop. The only thing is white's king is weaker, so Anish will have to be careful, very much careful, but the position is great. He played g4. That was very interesting. Bishop e6, fe6, and this was the other idea which we were looking at. Knight g4 could also have been quite powerful, but we are getting in for an exciting game there. Can we now shift to Praggnanandhaa's game? If anything has given him advantage? No, not really. Wesley still defends very solidly, very strongly, is roaming around, very confident about his position. Let's go to Arjun versus Magnus here. After bishop f3. Oh, Magnus is still thinking. Someone had said that Magnus is going to think for 10 minutes. Maybe you were right. That means he will think for another 3 minutes. Let's see your prediction, guy. He's thinking. Yeah, because it's a clear-cut question. Whether you go back with the bishop to d7, whether you just take on f3, or whether you just ignore and improve your other piece position. So, he is thinking. What about, look at this, Nodirbek's another angle, and that stair. What do you think? Do you think, guys, that he is stressed, or do you think he is calm? This is his position right now on the board. Oh my god, this knight has captured the other knight. Let's have the proper board there. e5 was the move which we last left at. The most important game, d5, was very important for Van Forest to play, which he did play, of course. And what Nodirbek is playing is amazing chess. Knight e4, very accurate. Here you cannot, you can take here, but then there is rook d8, knight d8, this knight would go to f6, attack the h5 rook, and here we have rook getting in on 7th rank. Beautiful calculation. You cannot go to e8, so this knight cannot be defended anymore, and you will win the piece back with rook d8. Rook d8, king f7. Maybe a draw. Maybe he was okay with a draw. Oh, that has happened. No, that has not happened. What he played was, after knight e4, bishop c8 was played by Van Forest. He defends the e6 pawn and he removes the bishop from here. Actually, the idea is to defend the d7 square. So, Nodirbek goes knight gf6. He goes knight gf6, which somehow the bar is not very happy about, because Van Forest had to move this rook, but it's a very easy move because you cannot go to h6, you cannot go to h7, you cannot take on g5, this knight is there. So rook h8 is pretty forced for that matter, and Nodirbek takes on g8, takes back, and now this knight goes to f6. Look at this position. If you just have a look at it, the knight on f6 looks tremendously powerful, right? It looks like, oh my god, it's already like you are clearly better. That kind of feeling it just gives you with the knight. The rook is attacked. Now, if you look at the other pieces, why is the bar saying this position is better for black? Why do you think, guys, this position is better for black? What are your reasons? Because such a critical game, Nodirbek has to win, or if nothing then draw. Imagine if Nodirbek loses. The position was never like that. Space का यार, space तो it's less. Yes, pawn structure, definitely that's the only thing. Because if you look at the bishop, now Van Forest's bishop is really bad. It's a dark square, light square bishop. It is a bad bishop. There are pawns right now placed on light squares. The only reason is the pawns. The piece activity for black is also very bad. So only the pawn structure, 1, 2, 3. These two are double pawns and e5 is isolated. And if you lose one pawn, let's say if you lose the e5 pawn, it's all going to slowly crumble. If you lose the g5 pawn, the e5 is going to become weak. Both the pawns are so weak. That is the main reason why black can be better here. So even with the knight on f6, literally nothing is being achieved. So I think what happened for Nodirbek was this looked really tempting, but somehow it is not giving those enough results. That hard work which all happened with this sacrifice and the other sacrifice and e5 and all of it, the central files, the play was all happening, but the results are not up to the mark. That is what happened. Okay, this can get interesting. In fact, Nodirbek can lose, which means if Anish actually wins there, high chances of a tie break we can get in. Let's go to Arjun's game. What's happening there? Bishop f3. Oh my god, Magnus is still thinking. It's been around 12 minutes and Magnus is still thinking with 38 minutes. By the way, Arjun is having 11 minutes. They have to make 4 moves. So we will come back to this game again. What about Anish now? Is he getting the clear advantage? After g4, Rapport went h6. Oh yeah, Thogan says if Anish wins and Nodirbek loses and no tie breaks, Anish simply wins. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. So this game right now becomes extremely critical. h6 is played and for sure Anish would be roaming around checking out Nodirbek's game as well. So h6, bishop d5. Oh, he goes bishop d5. Here it was important for him to take on e6. As we know, if queen e6, then there is queen e6 and then you lose the e pawn. And if f e6, Last time what white was doing with the pawn on g2 was knight g4, attacking this bishop. But in this case, what Anish could have played, which I'm still not believing, guys. I'm still not believing. I am definitely going to ask you what was a good move here, which the computer suggests. But I don't know why. I still don't know why yet. Oh, I know why now. I know why. Guys, can you find it? What is the move which Anish, if he would have found this move here on the board, he would have really a great position. What would be that move? Come on, guys. If you find it, believe me, you're gonna get happy. You are gonna get happy. Okay, let me go. Lot of moves. G5, F5, H4. But H4, 9 people. My Rockstar, Vaibhav, Karthik, Himnisa, Sanjay, Gaming, Hassan, Paramguru, Ayan. Yes, that's absolutely amazing that you have found H4, a very hard move to consider in the beginning. But if you remember the idea that he cannot take on H4 because of the main problem of this pin, queen d4 check and queen c5, you lose the rook. That's why h4 is a very powerful move, reviving the idea which was of g5, hitting this bishop. Once the bishop moves, the same threat of queen d4, queen c5 would be very powerful. That's why h4 would be an amazing move here. And it was very difficult to defend this. I mean, one of the ideas to simply go back with the rook here, but in any case, g5 would come eventually. If the bishop goes anywhere, the knight goes to g4, and this king would somehow be in trouble. There is knight e5 with pin again taking advantage of the pin, g6 becoming weak. So all these ideas would exist. Of course, maybe bishop d8 would be a better move than bishop e7. But still, this position after queen d4, queen d6, white wins a pawn, and Anish had really great chances if he would have found h4. Either he rejected that because the king looked too weak or for some reason, but this would have given him a great advantage. What he played was bishop d. No, what did he play, by the way? He didn't take here. He played bishop d5 directly, which gives a chance to rapport to equalize by bishop d5, which has happened on the board, knight d5, and rook c4. And now, what can really hurt is that the king can become weak. Could really hurt Anish. Wow, he was so close to getting that advantage, which in this game was so critical. It was not about the slight advantage. Not slight, it was definitely a lot more. He was winning material almost, you can say that. And for such a critical game to land up again by missing those opportunities would be really hard. Let's say if this ends in a draw, if Nodirbek wins, and then he goes back and analyzes this game, of course you're gonna get hurt. Well, so that was about Anish. Question to you guys is, has Magnus made the move yet or not yet? Very quickly, Abdusattorov, what is happening there? Knight g8, rook g8, he played knight f6 and Van Forest went rook d8. Now Abdusattorov went rook e1. It was hard to see how to defend his pawn on e5, which was already forcefully hanging, but maybe at least now was important time to go a4. In fact, after all what happened in all these complexities, what we can understand is at that point of time when Abdusattorov always had this choice of playing a4, maybe that could have given him better chances. But everything in hindsight, because this play with the knight e4 with e5, all of looked extremely tempting. He's gone rook e1, and now Van Forest must take this pawn. It's a free pawn there. Of course, bishop e5, discovered attack. That is the idea of Nodirbek. But here, Van Forest has an amazing move. Guys, amazing. Oh, he plays h3 before. He doesn't take the pawn on e5. In fact, that move was amazing over here. At this point, you cannot take here because h2 would be lost. And you cannot take here because, guys, quickly, very quickly, what is the winning move for black? Thogan says, Anish yesterday predicted Jordan wins, he draws, and Magnus wins. Okay. Oh, Magnus moved. Okay, we will get there. But all of you is superb, guys. Superb. 38 people. Ratnam, Mamta Gaming, Aryan Duel, Ashutosh, Jayvant, Perin, Shubhi, and Vrinda. You guys are absolutely right. This is the fork happening there. Knight f3. That's why h3 was a deflection, and it would have been an amazing move at this point of time to go for. Well, what Van Forest played was h3 already, but g takes h3 and now rook takes h3. This is the position, but Nodirbek gets an opportunity to defend the e pawn with bishop d3 and attack the g6 pawn. So he is, in comparison, safe. Oh my god, actually Van Forest had a great opportunity to put Nodirbek under so much pressure with knight e5. It happens. So this is the game. As of now, if we ask our prediction, guys, chat prediction would be this might end in a draw. Anish's game as of now. Oh, it's going super crazy, guys. It's going super crazy. We have to check that out. Rook c4 last we left at. He goes queen f3. Anish goes queen f3. Queen e6 was played and Anish goes f5. G takes f5 was played. He's thinking mostly he's thinking of the ideas of knight f4. Even knight e3, knight f5 looks strong. Because if you go gf5, there is queen e5, and as we discussed, the king on g1 doesn't look very good. Also, this rook on c4 is going to shift to h4. So this is the position. Anish is thinking, and because he is thinking, I feel that he is going to insert the move knight f4, knight h5 check. Highly probable. By the way, now checking out Arjun's game, because it's been a long time, we didn't check it. What did Magnus go? Bishop g4, bishop f3. Bishop h3. Oh, Magnus played bishop h3. He did not go back to d7. He did not take on f3. Arjun went bishop h5. Like we were checking out to keep the bishop on h5. Magnus goes g4. And Arjun goes knight e2. Everything going pretty fine as of now. It's a very unclear position. So, Magnus might go bishop g5 right now. Highly probable. Also strengthen this pawn structure here. I think this should be possible. If Magnus goes f3, the problem is the knight very nicely sits on g3 like a blockader. So that doesn't look really good. If Magnus goes g3, there is a big problem, chat. What should White play? What should White play? Ankit, Shubhi, Atharva, Anil, Goenka, Kundan. Well done, guys. Knight takes g3 is the most amazing move. And after queen g3, you have given back the piece here, but in doing so, who is in trouble? Black. Can you? Yeah, bishop f7. Black is in trouble. So that's not working. He goes in. So these two pawns, as of now, They are like waiting at the traffic signal. Samne the signal is red, so they are waiting. Let's see when the signal is going to change and become green. That's about Magnus versus Arjun. Look at them. Okay, let's quickly now change and go to the next games. Wesley, Praggnanandhaa, it's still equal. Nodirbek's game, most important game. What happened? Aage. After Gukesh 3, he played bishop g4. Oh, Nodirbek, instead of going bishop d3, he decided to go bishop g4. And to keep pressure on e6. Van Forest went rook h4. This is not attacked right now, it's defended. Nodirbek goes b3. Saves himself from any back rank problems in the future. But or maybe is he in future going to eye for this c4 break? A good idea for black would be to go b4 and fix that thing there. So b4 I would definitely say it's a good idea. Let's go to Anish's game quickly. Anish camera, which one? Yeah, this one. f5 gf5, he's still thinking. He is still thinking. He has 22 minutes. He has to make 8 moves. He's about to play. Let's have the full screen there. Oh, by the way, there is another move which is rook f1 because there is a pin there. No, he goes knight f4. The queen is attacked. Wait, can Richard take on f4 right now? It is absolutely Richard style. Rook f4, queen f4, queen a2. Oh my god, will get super complex. Can Richard think of that? Can he think of that? Where, okay, let's try to check a few moves. Rook f4, it's a forcing calculation. That's why you are going to start with that. Queen takes f4, queen takes a2. All right, here he's at this position. Of course, it looks scary for black also because the pawn is hanging here. Queen takes b2. Too many things happening there. Let's say if I calculate a simple move like queen f5, already says in black's favor. Queen f5, the most natural move, already in black's favor. No, he has not given any sort of exchange sacrifice. He's kept it simple. He didn't go for this, but to just let you know, this was a possibility. What Richard played for knight f4 was queen e5. Absolutely a nice, decent move there. And Anish doesn't think at all. Knight h5 is the pretty natural continuation. The king has to decide. कहाँ जाऊं? कहाँ जाऊं? Please note, king h7 might not be so good because rook f1 and then you have all of these weaknesses. Makes sense to go king g8. Makes sense to go king g8. And welcome. Oh, he goes king g6. Oh yeah, wait. He goes king g6 and we have, and that's a blunder. Oh my goodness, look at Anish. It is a blunder. We have Sagar Shah at the right time. Anish is shocked because he has seen it, Sagar. Can you find a blunder? Blunder? Can you find a blunder, Sagar? Can the chat find a blunder?
Rook takes d6.
अरे सागर चैट को कुछ काम करने दोगे. Until now they were working. They had to work. This is a big news for Anish and Nodirbek is in trouble over there.
People are saying
Bandar.
Bhawander they are saying.
Oh my goodness. वो छोटा करो board या फिर maybe we can have the big board, whatever you say. But Sagar, तुम आए और नूर आ गया.
Really?
Really?
But I came and Bavander happened.
Bandar. Okay, the move, guys, have they found? Did you tell them the move? By the way,
Yes, yes.
Array 1.7k people are in the chat, and all the new people who are coming there, you cannot leave this stream for the next 5 minutes. बस 5 मिनट जो बदल दे आपकी जिंदगी. यहाँ पे ब्लंडर है, बंदर है, बवंडर है, सब कुछ है और नूर भी आ गई है.
But tell me something, Amruta.
Yes, you show why it's a blunder, Sagar.
This move that has been found by a
Anish?
lot of people in our chat.
Let's go gaming Keyur, Goenka, Shubhi, Rishi, Ashutosh, Nikhil, My Rockstar, Ankit, and Krishna.
Yeah, these are all the people who found this move. Rook takes d6 and now f6 is hanging. And how do you protect
No,
it?
it's gone. That's why it's a blunder, Sagar.
1 minute. He doesn't have
I'm
anything.
shocked. It's a pin and he loses the material. Like,
So he has
loses
just
the material.
missed this completely.
Because Rook d6 was never, like,
So
happening
what
until
you're
now.
saying is
King g8,
at this point
King h8. King g8 would be the best.
King g8, King h8, King f8,
Yeah.
all are okay.
Just make the move once, King g8, and show Rook g6.
Rook d6.
Rook d6, sorry.
But now I can take, right? Because there's no
Sorry.
mate.
Exactly. Here, in this case, why he missed Rook d6 was for Queen d6.
Mhm.
What he missed was one move mate. Queen f5. This was missed. Because Rook d6 elsewhere was not happening.
Does this
Guys,
mean
this is exactly what we discussed. If something works in one variation, it doesn't mean it will work in another variation. If you can take a auto rickshaw and reach very quickly at some place in 20 minutes, doesn't mean if you go in a wrong direction, you are going to reach there in 20 minutes only.
Absolutely. So, Amruta, the question is that does that mean that Anish will reach the tie break? Oh, he's taking it.
Tiebreak kya? He might even win it directly
Oh,
if
why?
Nodirbek loses.
Nodirbek is minus.
Actually, Nodirbek had right now. Van Forest had a very nice way to get advantage. He didn't
Oh
go for
my
it,
God.
but equal to hey. Plus, Nodirbek could be under danger.
Got it. Zwelop says the tournament got 10x more interesting. Cannot agree more, Zwelop.
10 nahi, at least 11.
Yeah, we'll go to Nodirbek's game to check what
Ha.
is happening there. But
But
first, let's just wait.
Yeah, because it's
Because
important
Anish
to see
is
what.
not believing his eyes here.
Yeah, maybe
Amruta,
we can have the big screen for a while.
we have the big screen. Acha, you mean big board.
Big screen.
This way.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Anish.
Anish
It-
was
it
shocked.
has-
Super shocked.
He takes it. Takes on d6. And now you can see Richard Rapport.
Yeah,
Those expressions there that, no, this is gone. What did he do? King g5.
is he planning to go King h4 and mate or anything like
No,
what
Amruta,
is King g5?
the idea now is that if you take Rook takes f6, then there is Queen e1 check.
Okay. And if I go King g2, let's say I'll make all the natural moves. I'm so glad that I don't have to handle the engine now.
Check.
And Sagar, let me tell you, what you do is an amazing job with the engine. It's very hard
What engine?
to look at the engine also sometimes and to use your brain also. To do both, multitasking is very hard.
Okay.
Easier is to even make bad moves and just use your brain.
But Amruta, Queen f2, back here, takes fg4, hg4 and rook g4. And suddenly the knight is attacked and also the rook. And while this might still be winning in some way here, because white has 3 pawns versus 1, it requires a huge feat. So that's the reason why King g5 is a great practical attempt by Richard Rapport. He's asking Anish, what do you have in mind now?
But are you saying this was by choice
No,
that he
it's-
entered in this?
It's not by choice, but it is the best defensive hope But I think Amruta here is a very powerful move that Anish can play, and it's time for our chat to guess what is it that White can do here that is totally going to throw Richard off his game. And Anish about to make a move, guys. Please make it before he does. He is about to play.
अभी वो हाथ रुक पे रुकना नहीं अनीश
रुक जाना नहीं. Rook d5 attacks the queen and the pawn. Anish Giri again finds
What
the
a
best
powerful
move. Guys, Anish Giri hasn't won the Tata Steel 2023. I mean, hasn't won Tata Steel ever in his life. And this might be the time when he will do it. Because 2021 was when he managed to get all the way to the tie-break against Jordan Van Forest. But he lost it.
Sagar, just look at this thing if it happens, okay? Firstly, in last 2 minutes, everything changed for him, okay? Now he is winning, clearly winning. If he wins, if Van Forest has to beat Nodirbek, so he actually lost with Van Forest in the tie break.
Yeah.
And now Van Forest, if he wins,
Van Forest
Nodirbek,
helps
it's
him.
like, okay, that time, you know.
It's like life can always be unpredictable, you know. You never know how your enemy can be your best friend. I mean, over the board.
I mean, if that happens, it would be like an amazing story in some way.
Right. So now king g2 forced, right? You don't want to play king h2, allow bishop e5 check. So he goes king g2, good move. And now I think, Amruta, what's going to happen is Richard Rapport is going to resign the game.
No. Yeah, but what else can he do right now?
There is hardly any hope.
What can he do? It's not just losing material, that he is actually getting mated.
Rook takes f5 and then the bishop is hanging. So let's imagine he drops the bishop back to h8.
Is it no mate with queen f5, king h4?
Queen f5. You can't go back here. You have to come here.
I don't see a check after king h4.
And now, Amruta, you need to trust a bit here.
Trust.
Yes.
Knight g3.
Oh, he goes
knight
bishop
f4.
e7, Amruta. He goes bishop to e7 first.
Mm-hmm.
And now, as we said, now take here first, right, with the check.
Yeah.
King h4. And now comes a very important move.
Yeah. g5.
Can you find it, guys? Try to play here.
Not knight f4, Sagar.
Amruta, do you want to even lose?
Oops. Is that losing for my curiosity? No, it can't be losing. Wow, this is such a game changer. Oh my goodness.
The tough move here, and I think also for everyone in the chat to find this, is queen f3. They've got it. You know, Amruta, just tell your opponent, I'm giving you the move. Do whatever you like. There's no check here, no check here, no check here, no check here. The rook is not coming in. And now the next move, I can get my knight out and then rook mate. It's that slow, but I think it's effective.
Beautiful move, yeah, queen f3. This Anish will find. How much time is he having, Sagar, by the way?
Right now,
39,
after bishop
30.
e7, he has 16 minutes
Good
more.
enough time.
It's
For
very,
1 minute, it might be not easy.
yeah, it's very good to have this much time because, you know, Anish's main thing is that when he's low on time, sometimes he fumbles up under pressure. But with enough time, he will be able to find this.
Vlog says, Nepal, Anish Giri, let's go.
Yeah, of course. Everyone in Nepal, big fan of Anish Giri and his play. But maybe, Amruta, just be a little careful because if you take with the rook, then king g6, and once again you have to be... Oh, he takes with the rook. He takes with the rook.
Why, but is it...
It's not lost. Firstly...
I mean, I know you prefer... I mean, that was the best way to continue, but maybe this is easy or humanly for him.
Look, if you go to h4,
Yeah.
then it's anyway lost.
Yeah,
So I
knight-
think
knight
Richard
goes back
king,
and rook
knight
h5
g3.
mate.
Oh, he goes king h4.
What? What has happened to Richard?
One second. Where do you go, Amruta? First you tell
First,
me.
I will say either knight f4 or knight g3 is my first. I mean, these two moves I will consider.
Yeah.
Knight f4.
So knight f4, if I go rook bishop g5, because I have to stop rook h5 mate.
Okay. Now your queen d2 is also a threat. King h2 I can go maybe. No, but bishop f4 check.
Yeah. But here, Amruta,
Maybe I'll go knight g3 then, Sagar.
okay,
Sorry.
let's go knight g3.
Yeah, I like
That's
this
interesting.
Now rook h5, bishop g5 anyway, forced, or queen d2 check.
Yeah, maybe I can
Knight
go
E2.
check. Knight e2, threatening mate.
And rook h5 mate
And
also.
threatening this mate.
You can stop
So
both
let
mates.
me go first bishop g5,
Okay.
stopping you from checkmating me.
And I will say, I don't care. Knight e2 anyway.
Knight
Oh,
e2.
but no, I'm not threatening anything. Sorry, I'll move my rook from f5 with
Yeah.
the idea of knight f5 mate.
Right, where do you move it?
Rook d5 again.
Rook d5 with the idea of checkmate here, also stopping queen d2 check.
Yeah, and you cannot move your bishop from g5.
Wow.
Should this be fine?
This looks very clean, Amruta, because now no knight f5 can be stopped. Maybe there is rook f4 attacking the queen and controlling this square. But here's a very cute little move. Queen takes f4. And then when you take with the bishop, it is checkmate. So this is actually coming very close to a mate, and in fact Richard could have gone back, Amruta, king
Yeah,
g6.
at least he's in the game for some while. I mean, even if it is bad, but wait, rook f6, bishop f6.
I don't know,
queen
yeah,
f6,
rook f6 he
king
didn't
f7,
like.
queen g7
He
isn't
might
it a
come,
mate?
he has to come back
Ah.
and then take, and maybe he thought that this is
Yeah,
anyway
worse.
lost.
Anyway lost.
So he went king h4 and is just hoping for a final swindle here.
Yeah.
That if he can get some way to trick Anish Giri.
I mean, the blunder was not like you miss one move, but it was majorly in a variation. He missed the checkmate, which could happen to even the best, as we have seen.
But Amruta,
But-
this is such a big breakthrough for Anish, I would say.
Yeah.
Let's quickly check what is
Yeah,
up with
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, because we would then get to know if this is going to be in. Oh!
Or Jordan is winning. I mean, not winning.
Jordan is better.
But I would say, Sagar, this is kind of. I won't say that Jordan can win. He's
Amruta.
great chances.
Amruta, Jordan is a pawn up. You know, it's not only about positional factors.
No, it's equal.
It's equal.
Yeah.
There
but
are 5 pawns each.
E5 and G5 are always weak. In fact, he could have won the pawn earlier.
My goodness, Amruta,
Yeah,
this
this
is.
And the game has been amazing, Sagar. At a later stage, I will come back to it. It's amazing game.
Okay.
They're playing. Let's go to Anish's game. Let's see the final moment, because if he wins, we don't want to miss that champion's final moment.
No, one second. Champion, right, guys?
No,
just
not
think
yet.
about
But
it.
it could be. It could be.
Just
He could
think
be.
about it, what Amruta has just said. If Nodirbek loses to Jordan, we don't even have tie break. Anish becomes outright champion. Oh, and look at Anish's cool and calm move. And he wins! He wins! Anish Giri beats Richard Rapport. Queen G3. Look at Anish Giri. Wow! Huge victory for the Dutch number 1.
I think he immediately leaves and checks out Nodirbek's game.
Amruta, the point was after takes, there is a mate here, and if you try this way, then he chops the pawn, threatening a mate, everything's falling apart, and Richard said, I don't want to go through this. Now, all eyes on the game of Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jordan Van Forest, which means, Amruta, that with Anish winning, Magnus is out of title race. Because Magnus Carlsen needed a draw from Anish. Now, although Magnus may still win this, we don't know, or Arjun may be able.
Or do you think Magnus's motivation may go low and he might...
But Amruta,
be
this is now too
casual?
much into the game, right?
Yes. Let's look at it later. True.
There are 2 pawns here. In fact, isn't
no.
Magnus just winning?
No, he's a piece down. He's
One,
given a
two, three.
sacrifice.
Oh, he's a
It's
piece
exciting.
down.
It's exciting.
He's piece down.
Yes.
Crazy chess.
We
Arjun
are
Erigaisi.
having amazing chess, Sagar. Today it's great games, but the craziest game is this game, which is actually the most critical. Isn't it like the most delightful thing? Like most important game is happening, and it's also crazy chess.
Yeah, and also it's just like how you want your country mate to fight for you, and that's exactly what Jordan is doing. So a Dutch tournament, that is the Tata Steel, happening in Wijk right now, being led by a Dutch player, and the Uzbek GM Nodirbek, who was leading the tournament, is being stopped by Dutch number 2.
And Sagar, an important question to you. We all know Nodirbek's fighting spirit. We know he will fight this, especially when it is such an important round. I want you to do a poll with the chat because it is very hard to guess, like literally, whether Van Forest can convert it
Okay.
or whether it will be a draw. And I don't want you to answer before they do the poll right now
Okay.
because I don't want you to influence.
Who do you think?
Will
Will
Nodirbek hold?
Nodirbek
Be resist?
hold this game?
Huh.
Yes or no? Because you know, guys, the main issue, and let me try to explain along with Amruta here, what are the main problems that White is facing. White's last move was a4, and now the thing is, this is not hanging because it's defended. Do you want to go in rook h2 with your rook? Because that could be possible, but then what next? Do you want to go to g2? What are you threatening in this position? Amruta, here a great idea could be just knight d8, and suddenly what you are planning is knight f7 attacking g5. So mainly these two pawns are very weak.
I agree. Sagar, in fact, I would suggest you not to look at the. I have to ask you certain questions from this game. So, because you have not seen it,
Yeah,
I
right.
think I can do
Right.
it. And it's an important moment also, in a way,
Okay.
to ask you. So, it was all happening. This was the game which was happening 95.
Nodirbek was slightly better, right?
Nodirbek was, yeah, here I think it was one option for him was to go a4.
He didn't play a4
He
at all.
never played a4.
He had
That
chance
was the whole
throughout.
point. Yeah, exactly. And at this point, it was an important move. But he played rook d1. There was h4. Here also, he had
A4.
to play a4 again. But this move, knight g4, was extremely tempting, Sagar. Extremely tempting.
Okay.
Because he went knight c6, attacks the rook. Rook went back. And here, firstly, just as a quick instance, what do you think Van Forest should play? Quick instance.
My
okay?
first feeling is rook h5 working, because my threat is rook
Wow.
takes g5.
Very nice. You are in this, which does allow things, but this was a very important move. No, he did play that. Oops, and this was the move I wanted to ask you.
e5.
E5, a very interesting move, and again important for Van Forest to go d5.
Of course, because if you take knight
Yeah.
or anything, then
If takes, then what happens here?
I mean rook d8 seems just it's very strong, right?
Rook d8, knight d8.
Knight e5. I mean, at the very least, you have knight e5, rook g5,
Yeah,
rook
and then you
d8.
have rook d7 check, and then you win the
Also
piece
rook
back.
d8. Now, if rook g5, rook d8, king d8, knight f7.
That's
what I was
no,
thinking.
rook d8 is possible, but yeah, this is also possible. Awesome. So you are pretty alert. So e5, d5 happened. He went knight e4 here. So look at this choice, no? All looks so amazing.
So what was his plan if d4?
Oh, by the way,
Knight
yeah.
f6, huh?
If d4, it's a good question. you asked.
Take knight f6, right?
Take knight f6.
Threatening
and-
rook d7 and the rook.
Yeah, if
Rook
rook
d7.
g5, there is rook d7, king f8,
Rook
then
d8.
rook d8. And they are draw, I think. Rook d7, rook d8, rook d7, rook d8.
Okay.
So he didn't want to, I don't know, matlab, he would not have drawn. But bishop c8 was played. He went knight f6. Now, if you just look at this position in general, it always looked like, oh, White's knight is so beautiful.
Right.
But somehow, after rook d8, suddenly these pawns became so weak. Here, rook e1 was played, and Nodirbek had to play Oops.
I think he went into
Bishop.
tactical play
Yeah.
and then came out of it with the worse position.
Yeah, bishop d3 was important move for Nodirbek here. Not, yeah, bishop d3. He went rook e1, and what Van Forest had a great chance here. I will ask you a question. Knight takes c5, bishop takes b5, and what should black play here?
Ooh, is the move h3 working, Amruta? Because if
Array,
gh,
you
there is
are
knight f3.
so smart.
Yes, I saw this knight f3 idea, and that's the
Yeah.
reason why I found. Because now if you take the knight, then h2 is winning. And guys, I'm thinking on my own right now. So
Amazing, Sagar. So this was a great opportunity for Van Forest to play knight e5.
right
But he played h3 directly, which you
now he
gave-
can take.
Yeah, he took bishop g4. He went back b3, rook h8. I have also not seen from this point.
King b2, rook h2. They traded the rooks, and now after a5, and I think a3, bishop a6, b4. He plays a4, which
Oh,
was
a4
maybe
here actually very surprising again, because you don't want this structure, right? Over here you would prefer that if the rook is able to get in at some point.
correct.
So I am quite surprised with this move a4 in fact. Maybe he didn't like knight b4 after a b4 and the c2 weakness. But a4, and is he
But
thinking?
now, yeah, he's still thinking here. He hasn't made his move. And what should we do here as black?
By the way, what does the poll say?
Poll 50-50, right?
Oh my god, yeah.
Wow.
Absolute 50-50. Now you tell me, what is your thinking? Prediction.
I feel that Nodirbek will hold this and we will go into a tiebreaker. But the reason is clear, because although it might seem very like a black, it has an advantage according to the engine.
Huh?
I feel like from the body language, Nodirbek looks still very confident here, while Jordan does look a little bit subdued, Amruta. And also, like on the surface, it might very much be that Jordan may not think he has such a big advantage here.
I doubt, Sagar. You know why? First thing as black. Firstly, you're very happy with your pawn structure, which is on a5, b4.
Right.
Clearly better than white's a4, b3, c2. Secondly, the e5 pawn has been now for a long time under pressure. So you
Right.
know already it is weak. Thirdly, your king is pretty well placed in the center. So c2 is a big weakness, e5 is a big weakness, and g5 is also a weakness.
Well, by that logic, I mean even e6, g6, and a5 are
Correct.
weak.
And
So-
I have an extra. I can't say extra, but king on a5, you are not. It's untouchable. Actually, g6. That's the point. Once you don't have that bishop on d3, again it's untouchable.
Yes.
So effectively, you have e6, which is defended by me. Whereas for you, your pieces are tied. One piece also important piece, rook on e1 is tied down for e5 pawn.
No, that's for sure. Now, this pawn is a weakness, but you can't make more pressure on it for the time being, because your rook is here. And also, if you try to activate your rook via h2, then you must be ready with some checks that could happen in the background like this. And then suddenly your e6 pawn is under attack. And while it's true that bishop takes e6, knight d4 works out in black's favor with c2 and e6 hanging.
Yeah. And please note f1 is controlled, which was important all the time. By
Yes, but Amruta, this is not easy for someone to play. And I don't know if Jordan will be able to do that. He has 3 more moves to make before time control. This is 37th move. And I believe that the game's fortune will be made or broken in these 3 moves. Knight d8. I guess it's the best move here, because you are going to f7, from where your knight not only attacks e5 but also g5. That is the plan.
In fact, Jordan has been finding some amazing defensive moves. So it was very surprising when I asked you why he did not play knight e5, where he had this h3 idea, right?
Right.
In a way, it was surprising considering the way he's playing.
Amruta, should we go to the Magnus versus Arjun
We
game?
can check it for a moment. Yeah,
Oh, they made 40 moves just now.
Pathik says, remember last year's interview where Anish had inspiring positivity post the loss to Jordan. Hope his continued endurance pays off this year. Side note, thank you for the awesome chess coverage.
Thank you, Patik. But I think this time Anish definitely has made his way to the tiebreak for sure, because
Yeah,
Jordan, I mean, blundering there and losing looks very unlikely. Meanwhile, Amruta, in the game
yes.
of Arjun and Magnus,
Yeah.
it's a very interesting moment. You can go and have your
I
food.
will tell you one important point which Magnus missed, I would say, in a way, but you are the best judge to actually give your opinion there. Everything happened here, and Rook B2 happened.
Magnus had to sack at some point. That was the thing in this
Wait,
game.
I'm very sorry. Yeah, King E1 was played. He played Queen C8. Rook B2 was played. He went knight d8. Queen d3. At this point, I believe the opportunity for Magnus, which was there, which was very hard to consider at this point, but important to release the tension. And the important idea was to take, and then make one move here, which would have given him advantage. Any guesses?
Very tough to find. Maybe some sack on g4.
No, that's the whole point. Shifting your mindset. C6 was the move here at this point, which would have given him great chances, but it was so complex, Sagar, because if you have to take, then you have to calculate knight d6 here, calculate knight b4. Also, only by compensation you can give this pawn,
That's
move the queen, keep your knight on d4, just take advantage of the disconnected pieces
This is a
here.
nice
This goes
variation,
rook
by the way.
a1.
Knight b4. And if you play rook b4, then queen c5. Hitting the rook on b4 and g1. So very strong idea there.
This idea, right? And if you take knight c8 in here,
And knight d3,
then there is knight
check.
d3.
Bishop takes, and now maybe rook takes or bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop c8 can be good. So this was, I think, one possibility for Magnus.
Right.
And after that, I think he didn't get that one. But
So Magnus didn't go for it. He went knight f7, and then king d1, bishop e7, king c2, ab, ab, hg, hg, rook a1 was played, rook came back, other rook came in, rook g2, he took, bishop takes, he took, king takes, and now it felt like Arjun was the one who was calling the shots here, perhaps because he has the c5 break up his sleeve. At some point he can try to engineer it, but Magnus was like, look, I'm sacrificing my piece, and after fg, bishop g4, for one piece he has these two dangerous passers, bishop f3, bishop h3, bishop came here, g4, knight to e2. Maybe he can take here, but then after king f7, black's position is a picture of coordination. So knight e2, bishop f1, queen d1, bg2, bishop g6. It's a very complicated game, and we have reached 40 moves and the actual position on the board. Guys, this is again an amazing game. We have Arjun Erigaisi fighting blow for blow, move for move against Magnus Carlsen. In this tournament, we've already seen that Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa have managed to hold their own against Magnus. Will Arjun manage to do the same as well? He has 38 minutes on the clock. He has been thinking now for close to 5 minutes and plus 12. So somewhere around 17, 18 minutes he's been thinking for. Magnus comes back, and you know, for Magnus, one thing could be that this win would not only give him rating points, but also second place in the tournament, joint second, if Nodirbek loses, you know, or third. By the way, let's go back to Nodirbek game, because that was where everything was heating up, and you know, the tournament can be decided. So after this, rook e1, b4, a4, knight d8 was played. He played bishop e2, which was not a great idea. I think Nodirbek getting a bit worried there, trading, and now if How do you continue? Maybe knight f7 seems like the best move, no? Jordan, by the way, this is the 39th move. There is still one more move to be made. He's going to play, he's trying to move his knight. Yes, he plays it to f7. Anish Giri would be right now sitting wherever he is and looking at this game with all his attention, because this is the game which will determine whether he becomes the Tata Steel Masters champion. Firstly, the g5 pawn hanging. Secondly, the e5 pawn hanging. This knight is kind of looking beautiful, but it's one of those instances where looks can be deceptive. What does white do? Actually, Nodirbek will now kind of feel what is wrong in his position, because he doesn't have much to do. He goes c3. I thought he would do that, because now he's trying to create a passer here. But guys, look at this. After take, king takes, just chop this pawn. You are pawn up. And you cannot go rook g2. There's no knight e4. He takes the pawn. 40 moves done. Ding Abdusattorov must take. King takes c3. Very pragmatic player. He doesn't say, oh, my 40 moves are done. Now I have 50 minutes. Let me not play here. He just takes it. King takes c3. No, I mean, guys, one thing is for sure, Nodirbek has played the tournament of his life, whether he wins this or not, for sure. But at the same time, if he loses this game with the white pieces after having such a good position, that would be heartbreaking for sure. Do you go check here on h3? And now Jordan should take his time because he has 50 more minutes. Should he give a check? Should he take the pawn? Let's say he takes the pawn. Maybe Nodirbek tries to play b4, but there is check right here. And then you lose that pawn. So it's not even easy to make counterplay. Can we go rook g2, attacking the knight and attacking here? Oh, he takes the pawn. Jordan is like, I don't care about extra 50 minutes. I've seen my move. It's winning. And he takes. Wow. Oh, still Praggnanandhaa is playing is a big surprise to me. Because Praggnanandhaa game I had written off like a couple of hours ago saying that it would be a draw. It might still be a draw, but he's a pawn up. And I believe he's enjoying himself. Look at the amount of time he has. 1 hour 21 minutes. While Wesley So down to 26 minutes. Pragg just enjoying himself there. Okay, so that is Pragg for you. Nodirbek there. You can see him. He is very, very serious right now. I mean, he can stare at his opponent, but clearly he has to stare at his position. It is looking really bad. And the thing about check rook g2 is that you give a check, force the king to go back, and then you play your knight to f3, attacking e5. And that's an important move. So this is going really downhill for Nodirbek. Praggnanandhaa just trying his best. He's trying to grind this down, but maybe it will be a draw. Wesley So is not in his chair. I don't know where he is. Nodirbek here, and we have really the very exciting game between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun actually played NBC3 here after a huge think, nearly 20 minutes, and Magnus played this in maybe 30 seconds. He just put his bishop here. He has 1 hour 10 minutes on the clock. Man, Magnus Carlsen is also putting a lot of pressure on Arjun. One question that came to my mind was, yeah, actually e4 is well defended. So e4 is defended by the knight and the bishop. There are two attackers right now. Magnus also has these pawns, but it's not so easy to push them. For example, as white, if I play a move like queen f1, I also need to worry about the black queen entering from this side. Ooh, that is definitely something I have to be careful about. Like, let's say if I go queen f1 here, just as a move, then maybe queen a6 needs to be thought of, or maybe queen f8 to h6. I think if Arjun holds this, it will be a huge result, guys, because he is in bad position. Oh, Gukesh has tweeted something, says Himank. He said takeaways from, he says, why can't say debut Tata Steel 23 didn't start the way I wanted it to be, but somehow managed to consolidate in second half. Nice experience and lessons learned to fight it out at the top level. Augurs well for upcoming events. Okay. We like that. We like that, Guki. You are really an amazing player.
Today it was a draw for Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh drew. And by the way, my thought matched with Arjun Erigaisi. Out of maybe 10 different moves that could be played here, we both thought on same lines and played our queen to f1. Now, it doesn't matter how tough the event has been for Arjun. He has struggled a bit in the last few rounds. He started off well. But this game, if he manages to hold on against Magnus Carlsen, will definitely leave a pleasant taste in his mind as he leaves Wijk. Because that's what last rounds do. Last rounds make you feel your tournament was great or really bad. So if Arjun loses this, he will feel, yeah, I didn't do well at all. But if he manages to win this, I think he will go back elated. If he draws this, it would be a decent event. I believe Arjun hasn't won a game, right, in this tournament. He has draws. He has played how many? A total of, yeah, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 draws. Sorry, 8 draws in this tournament. Wow, that's very unlike Arjun. But these have not been sterile draws. They were all fighting chess.
Sanket More asks bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5, Sanket. But here he played queen f1. If you play bishop f5 here, then queen comes to e8 with the idea of coming out to h5. And unfortunately, you cannot play queen h1 to stop it because the bishop controls that square. So that's the reason why it might be not so easy to do that. He's played queen f1. Maybe his idea is queen f2 and queen h2. After which the queen is ready to enter here, and along with the bishop, who's like, queen, I'm holding fort. I'm staying near the king. You please come. I have made arrangements for you to come and attack. I'm in there. The queen is like, okay, wait there. I'll join in. But then the king comes up and hits the bishop. Bishop is like, queen, I'm in trouble. What should I do? It's like, save yourself. Okay, I saved myself. I also attacked the queen. Please join soon. Queen h8, and all of a sudden the queen is like, oh my god, did I just make a false promise to the bishop that I would join him, because now I would never be able to join. Well, that's how the pieces talk to each other. And think about it, Magnus Carlsen just creating that thing, trouble in the bishop and queen love story which we are just talking about. Maybe not love story, but whatever the story is. Bishop f5 now hitting the queen. The queen has to move. Everyone's like, let's go back to Nodirbek game, guys. 1 minute. Will Magnus Carlsen play queen h8? I think he might even play that in sleep. Yes, he does. Queen h8. All of a sudden, you can see the black pieces. They are like, Bishop, are you doing well? Yes, sir. Pawns, are you doing well? Yes, sir. Knight, are you doing well? Yes, sir. We are doing well. And the queen also about to enter, which means that the white pieces need something going their way. And one of the things could be that the knight comes and attacks here. But even that pawn can be easily defended with bishop f8. I think you really need something going your way. By the way, I have an idea. Can we try and sacrifice on f4 and tell Magnus that, hey, not only you can sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, I too can, and my pieces are now hungry and raring to attack you. Well, the problem is Magnus Carlsen always has such things under control. He goes queen h4. Very strong.
Manish Dhawan says Daniel Kahneman's research on this subject says the same thing. Last act of the entire journey decides how you judge the entire experience.
Yeah, that happens all too often in chess tournaments. Like, you win the last round, you feel like, okay, it was not too bad. It also happens when you go to a restaurant, don't you? Like, you have some, oh, he's man, what is wrong with me? Or what is right with me? Because I'm just guessing everything that Arjun's playing. But that's also not great news, right? Because right now, I mean, practically this is a good move. But theoretically, it seems like, okay, you can see that it seems like black is better after taking back. Take. And now, of course, you need to take this pawn. Bishop takes f4. So Arjun now has recovered, I mean, you can say recovered some ground, but he's given up his extra piece. Pawns are equal, but the G pawn is way strong.
Yeah.
However, the black king is also a bit weak, and you have to be careful. The first move that comes to mind is bishop f6, hitting the knight. The other idea is queen h4, just bringing in your queen.
Let's check Nodirbek's game.
Let's go to Nodirbek's game and see what is happening there, because Nodirbek is the guy. Oh, what? He played b4? I was thinking this move is impossible. How did Nodirbek make it work? Tell me. I think Nodirbek didn't make it work. He's just trying to fool Jordan. Check here. Because see, if you come up, I'm going to give you another check and I'm going to snatch the pawn here. If you go back down here to b2, I'm going to take. But what Nodirbek feels is that now I have the a pawn running down the board, and that is going to help me in some way. But guys, it's not going to help, because now I can go rook to a3 and stop this pawn at the very least. But Nodirbek then swings his rook over to c2, trying to enter from here. Let's say rook takes a5, rook c7 check, king d8, rook d7 check, king c8. But what are you going to get? At the least, at the most, you may get this pawn. But after knight f3, rook g6, knight e5, black is up full 3 pawns. Guys, Anish Giri is this close to becoming the Tata Steel Masters champion, and he's not even in the frame here because he beat Richard Rapport throughout the event. Anish Giri was half a point behind Nodirbek. You know, it's like that. You see those marathons, right? In that, there are these pace setters. They just run very fast for almost like half or more than half of the marathon, and everyone's like, oh, are they going to win? But everyone knows they are not, because they are the pace setters. The people who are going to win are those who are going to accelerate towards the end. And Anish was like that. But in chess, it doesn't work like pace setters, right? It works like Nodirbek just seemed so powerful in this tournament. But just when it mattered the most, it seems like he's faltering.
But you do remember Nodirbek versus Gukesh in Olympiad.
Yes, oh, that is such a great example to show Nodirbek's fighting skills. Gukesh was totally winning throughout the game, maybe for more than 20-30 moves. But then he lost that game because Nodirbek never ever yielded. He just kept fighting on and on. But this position somehow looks too simplified. There are no queens on the board. You're going to be 2 points down. I doubt whether he can recreate that magic of the Olympiad. Yeah, exactly, Prathamesh. You're right. This game looks much simpler. What is right now Anish's world ranking, guys? Because he won another big game today. I believe he's all the way up to world number 5. He was there, but he's now 2780, and he's also 2807 in blitz. This might be the golden era of Anish Giri's chess career. He finished 4th at World Blitz. He crossed 2800. Now he's winning Tata Steel. Maybe, and also we got to know he's got a new team for himself. While I'm telling you all of these things about Anish Giri, let's quickly check what Magnus Carlsen has played, whether he's made his move or not. He has not. He's thinking. It's often very common for players to take their time when there's a change in structure or some kind of a change that happens, like, suddenly from two pieces, being a piece up, it's now equal material. So Magnus taking his time to acclimatize to the new terrain, to the new situation. But talking about Anish Giri, he has started the year off with a phenomenal performance here. We got to know that he has hired a new second in Jan Gustafsson, who was Magnus Carlsen's second for some years, also for the World Championship match. So definitely Anish has that wind blowing in his sails because he has someone who is so experienced and is helping him full time. Apart from that, this year the candidate cycle is something that Anish will be aiming really in a big way, because when you have such a second working for you, you really want to go all in for that attempt. And so we should be looking out for Anish this year to make a blow in the candidates and then going to the World Championship cycle. If he can win some kind of an event, Grand Prix, World Cup, some of them, he might be in the candidates. And then eventually, with Magnus Carlsen not taking part in classical World Championship, his route opens up to the world title. Ashish says King h6. Ashish, why would you want to play King h6 here? There's no need to put your... I understand you want to attack with your queen here. So just move the king and you want to attack here. Fantastic. But the problem is, I'll play my queen to e1, defending here and also starting to attack this way. So Magnus plays the move that we thought is the best. The engine thought it's the best. And of course, Magnus also finds it to be the best. He plays bishop f6, putting pressure on c3. Prasad says, Sagar bhai, invite AG on stream after the tournament. I believe we'll try to invite him in a day or two rather than today itself, because today he will enjoy there. There will be a closing ceremony, but I'll write to him and we will try to invite him in a couple of days and discuss his games, because that will be a huge moment in his life. I remember the first time that I interviewed Anish, like on a stream or in over a Zoom call, was when he won the Shenzhen Masters, and it was back in 2018 or 19. I don't remember exactly what year it was, and that was one of his biggest career victories. In fact, Hari Krishna was very close to winning that tournament, but then in the end it was Anish who outpaced him. Queen c1 played by Arjun. And what is Arjun threatening here is to attack this knight on g5. And he's also defended his own knight. I guess Magnus's move is pretty clear. Yeah, that is good point, Himank, that this tournament is also part of the candidates qualification cycle. You remember there's this one spot which they have had which says that if it's there's one slot called I don't know what is the name, I have to read up on it. It's called some tournament points. So important tournaments in the calendar year are added up for this spot, and the more points you score in these tournaments with your finishes, the more points you get. FIDE circuit, right? And so this tournament is one of the most important ones, and I think Anish will gain what, 20 points or something for finishing first here. Divyam says if Arjun loses this game, he will be knocked out of the 2700 club. Really? Wow. He is right now 2703. And a loss here very likely will bleed him with 3 or 3.5 elo points. That is true. So he might be just on the edge of 2700. He might not be out of it, but I think what that would mean, and if I know Arjun well enough, and if we know him through his past experiences, whenever he has had a bad result, he comes back double strong. What he says to himself is, I can't believe that I did so badly. I need to get back on my feet and I need to change certain things. That happened in 2021 when he didn't do well at the World Rapid and Blitz, and he said to himself, I'm going to just get out of my college. I need to focus on my chess, and that helped him a lot in 2022. He played a brilliant year of chess, and maybe this is again something where he needs to adjust something new in his style. Jitin Sharma says, Sagar bhai, on a good day, can you beat Magnus? Well, the day has to be so good that, it has to be my best day and it has to be Magnus's worst day. And then maybe I have some chance. A lot of people do say that Arjun needs to think about his training and all of that. I don't agree with it. I feel like ups and downs are a part of chess players' career. Also, it's like, maybe he was used to lifting, say, 20 kgs of weight, like if I have to give an analogy. And now, all of a sudden, he tried to lift 40 kgs and he failed. He failed. But that means that he can try now again, because he knows exactly what went wrong and he needs to fix those things. Let's quickly go and check the game of Nodirbek and Jordan and see where this is left. He did give a check and he's left Nodirbek there alone. This is a very lonely moment for a chess player, if you think about it. Like, there he is, Nodirbek. He has been not thinking about tournament victory, as he says in the interviews. He's like, yes, I'm thinking on making good moves and so on. But in your mind, you've already seen that Anish has won the game. And in your mind, you're looking at the position and you are like, oh no, this is slipping out of hand. You're sitting alone, your opponent has gone away. Nodirbek is not feeling comfortable there. Nodirbek, I like his confidence. He has a cup of tea there. He sips it. He's thinking about what needs to be done. He goes king b2. The idea of keeping the king on b2 is that to keep the c file open for his rook. And I think for Jordan, the move is very clear. Just take this. He can get a bit tempted by rook h4. But I think the best is to just take. You know, one question that we ask, and I think a lot of people are asking, is what is it that the Indian youngsters are not doing right? What maybe Nodirbek is doing, or maybe Firuza is doing, and so on. But my thinking is the following: that maybe a few months ago, not a few months ago, a month ago, at the Tata Steel Chess India, when Arjun won the rapid, I think blitz, Nihal won the rapid. At that point, Nodirbek was there.
Yeah.
But we hardly remember that.
One of the tournament was very bad for him, I remember.
He didn't play well at all. And I don't think anyone did think at that point that, oh, what's wrong with him? Because it's quite possible to have an off tournament in general.
Yeah, like rapid and blitz bad tournaments are easily forgotten. Somehow, maybe not for classical, yeah?
Well, I don't know. But also, Amruta, it is definitely a great learning experience, and they need to learn out of it. That's what Gukesh wrote in his tweet, which I was very impressed with. He said, learned some important things of how to play chess at the highest level, and this augurs well for future events.
Yeah, and the best part about Gukesh in this tournament was in the second half of the tournament, once he got the grip, he has not lost even one game. There is a clear-cut indication where the first half of the tournament was more about inexperience of playing such events. So in that case, we must look out for the next event,
for
next
sure.
classical event for him.
Amruta, I don't think it is clear at all that white is losing here or black is winning or anything of that sort. For example, just think about this move here. I play my knight to b5 as Arjun, and I attack the c7 pawn, and he does it. He attacks the c7 pawn. Now, as Magnus, look, let's think what Magnus can do. One idea for Magnus, and I think this is a key moment in the game, is to go queen a8. And the point is, if you try to get greedy and win this pawn, it's mate in 3. Check, king c2, check. Now, if you go king b1, only move.
Queen b3.
Queen b3 check, and game over, because queen b2, queen takes b2. So clearly you can't win that pawn on c7, but what you can do is you can play queen a3, offering a queen trade. You have to trade because otherwise my queen will enter. So you take and you take. And then what do you think here?
Oh.
This does seem bad for white because there is an outside passer here, which is very strong. So,
but one thing, what if knight b5 here?
Yeah, no, he's taken back.
What do you do? Like bishop h4 or bishop e5 or?
Yeah, I was thinking bishop e5, and then you can't trade because after knight e5, g3, g2 is very strong.
Let's say I go bishop e3, g3,
you go back,
knight b5, g2, knight c7.
And yes, here there are good drawing chances.
Eventually I give the bishop for the pawn.
Yeah.
And oh wait, bishop takes b6.
Yes, of course. I mean,
then this is just going to be a draw.
No, so the thing to note here is that after knight b5, either you go queen a8, which is the most natural move, or you start thinking like Magnus Carlsen always does. He's like, look, if I play queen a8, my opponent's move is very simple. So let me think if there's something else I can do here. And this is where his move, and this is how I feel Magnus will think, and he'll come up with this move, which is queen h3. And guys, this move is a crazy idea because now after knight takes c7, when you try to take here, what is the winning move for black? Black to play and win. Donchenko. Yeah, Donchenko has won the challengers. And he will play in next year's Masters.
Vivek asks, Sagar, what if you are given 3 times to use engine? You can see 3 moves through the game. What are the chances you can win or draw against Magnus? Oh, huge chances. No, actually, even for winning. 3 times
3
is
times
important
is
for even, like
3 times could be.
if you are
could be
about
important.
2400 already, it's
By the way, people have found the move, Amruta. Bishop e4, Goenka, Jumma, Lahiru, Keyur, Vinita, Naveen, Tejas, Chess Lover, Shweta, and Kadam Kudi. Well done, guys. So here, Amruta, you just take, bishop takes, and check, and it's game over.
oh.
And this is what makes this move queen h3 so special.
So at the end, the idea is the same, to go to b3.
Yes, but it is one of those moves that is Magnus's speciality because it does not simplify the game. Queen a8 simplifies
Yeah, he will
it.
not exchange the queens. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah. So queen a h3 is what I think he will play. Very likely.
I think so. I agree with you. By the way, Pragg finally drew, yeah? They played till the kings. They're like last round. No, we don't want to finish and go for a party.
No, there's no party, Amruta.
They won't go for a frozen yogurt party? What about Nodirbek? This is a nice.
That was how they drew.
This one is nice because you see both.
Right. Oh, meanwhile,
Nodirbek is
Parham Maksudlu winning another game, Amruta.
What? Crazy?
Yeah, he's beating Levon Aronian. He won 3 rounds in a row, it seems. He beat first Pragg, then he beat Arjun, and now he's beating Aronian. Param Maksudlu having a great tournament. Okay.
Siddharth says, introducing chess to my 5-year-old using your current stream. He is excited by engaging commentary and he is being creative by drawing Tata Ludo in his drawing book. Array. Logo.
Tata logo.
Hey, that's so cool.
That's very nice to know.
Can't even imagine the patience for a 5-year-old.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, by the way, I was actually analyzing this 8x b4 and a5, but then rook was coming anyway to a3. So Nodirbek says, why should I push? Let me quickly go to c2. And he did go there. And now Jordan goes knight f3. I like Jordan's move.
Attacking the e5 pawn now.
Don't you think Jordan is extra motivated at this point to finish this game off?
Absolutely.
Because, you know, somewhere he has been Anish's friend.
Yes.
He has been his second and he is his countrymate. So he has this chance to give Anish the first ever super tournament victory of his life. I wouldn't say first ever super tournament because Anish has won tournaments like the Shenzhen Masters. He has won the Reggio Emilia. But still, this would clearly be the first time, if I am not mistaken, that Anish will win a tournament where Magnus is also taking part.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I mean, tell me one tournament that Anish has won where Magnus is playing.
No, I won't remember all the tournaments which Anish has played and where he's won.
But this is true. Maybe chat can
yeah, in case if you
confirm.
find any flaw in this statistic, then you can let us know. But this will be very exciting. And it's funny, right? Because the tournament Tata Steel happens in Netherlands. And Jordan is from Netherlands, Anish is from Netherlands. So if they both are winning, they're like very clear, yeah. In Netherlands, the Dutch will win.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, people are saying Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Yes, that was an online event.
Online, yeah. It's about classical.
Over the board tournament, I don't think he's ever won.
Nodirbek has gone knight g4.
I thought about that because he's now defending this, Amruta. But what about
rook
just
h5?
rook g3, no?
Okay, you going there. You don't want to go in rook endgame. Rook g3 looks better. Even rook h4, is it okay or?
Yeah, should be fine. Just attack your knight. Maybe Jordan has some checks here. Check. But then after king d8...
Wait, do you have that draw? That pattern draw, you remember?
How? Because I go king d8 and I hit your rook.
I needed my knight. Could he have gone this check before, Sagar? Wasn't it if rook c7 check here?
Again, he would have gone here and then this is hanging. So if you had gone instead of knight g4 check here, then king d8 and then knight e5 anyway would hang.
No, but what I'm thinking is king d8, rook d7 check. King d8, rook d7 check, king c8, rook e7, king c8.
Yeah, I know some issue with the board.
Acha.
Amruta is like, king c8, play it. What are you doing?
Why are you playing? You're looking at the board. You have the mouse. What went wrong? I was like, are you there?
Well, let me try it again. So here you said check, king d8,
rook d7,
rook d7,
king c8, rook e7, knight e5.
Wait.
No, wait. The knight e5. Let's look at the natural.
But then rook e6, right?
So even that is that winning for black?
It should be winning because after take I have knight c4 and then you
rook and knight and pawn are just too strong.
Yeah, this pawn just runs down, so should be winning.
Rishi Sarda's closing ceremony cover karoge Sagar bhai? I think so.
For sure. If they keep the camera, we will all sit here and clap for Anish Giri. Guys, I can tell you, if there is one player we all love after all our Indian champions, it's Anish Giri. He's amazing. He's unbelievable. And everyone used to think when would he win a super tournament as big as Tata Steel or Norway or Sinkfield Cup, and I think that day has come. We will wait, but we'll also ask the organizers if they are going to provide the cams. Generally they do pretty quickly the closing.
I thought we were going to say ki yes, we will have the closing ceremony by closing the stream. But yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, let's quickly go to Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun Erigaisi, and Magnus has actually stunned me by playing queen a8. Not stunned, but I would say at least I'm mildly surprised that he didn't go for queen h3 here. And what has been even more stunning, to tell you the truth, is not queen a3 by Arjun, Amruta, but e5. What is this move that Arjun Erigaisi has just played? Why is he giving up material?
Number one question. Is a simple move like knight takes e5?
This might be the move that throws away stuff.
Oh, because knight c7 now?
Yes. And now you've closed down the bishop's diagonal.
So queen a4 and it's not enough, yeah?
Queen a4, some
issue with leeches, yeah?
Yeah, I think there are too many people perhaps there and everyone's trying to analyze, perhaps could be. Takes knight c7, queen a4.
But Arjun somehow gets this in control, which means it
No,
could be
Amruta, look at this. Take.
bishop e5, of course.
And now
Huh?
I'll just go queen g5
Oh my god.
and mate you.
And Amrita has once again shown how to make a blunder.
No, but Amruta, let's not remove the knight because this knight controls g5, which the queen is wants to enter.
That's the
So
point.
I will take with the bishop.
But then bishop takes e5.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes c7, and this looks very scary because not only do you attack the queen, you are also threatening knight e6 check. But in comes queen a4. Now I'm attacking b2. Let's say you give a check.
Okay.
And my king comes up. Now you don't have a move as white.
Check, but maybe queen d2 or queen b2. Queen
This
d2.
is hanging.
Queen
This
d2.
is hanging.
No, I won't give a check. Then.
Let's
queen
not give a
d2.
check. Queen
d2
d2.
या b2.
Queen d2, I feel there is queen b3. Let's say here, check, and then you are losing this pawn.
So queen b2.
b2. The problem is I can give a check.
Bye.
You can go here, and now in this position, you don't have too many threats. So I can go g3.
I don't have time for even bishop e6 because there is g2. So Sagar, yeah, this is tough.
No, what? Oh, he's taken with the pawn. Magnus Carlsen has taken with the pawn. Maybe Arjun Erigaisi is going to pull off another one of his famous swindles here. Not sure. He goes bishop d2 back. Okay, interesting. You know, Amruta, Pragg was worse against Magnus yesterday. He got a draw.
Oh, right.
Gukesh was, I don't think he was worse at any point.
Yeah.
Maybe there was small minus, not huge but small, and he managed to draw. But Arjun, I would say, has the biggest disadvantage at this point. But the way in which he played his last two moves, very impressive. You know, okay, firstly, I don't know why Magnus did not play this. I think it had a lot to do with the fact that knight c7 and then to this check itself is a little bit psychologically intimidating. So Magnus might have discounted that without really delving into
dark square bishop for sure on the board. Like it's not easy.
Yeah, without delving into the depths of this queen a4 move, I think. He might have just said, okay, let's not go there. Let's keep our bishop here instead of taking. Let's take with the pawn. Now Arjun Amruta could have taken here and then threatened this queen a4 and then queen b2, and with this bishop still alive here, this is a great move because now if you take, I have knight e6 check and then I will take this. So there were some very sharp lines to look at. But he goes bishop d2. And now, can we do e4?
Then he wants to go bishop c3.
Yes, you are absolutely right. e4 with the idea of opening this up is met with bishop c3, trading this very important bishop.
So Magnus has to... Oh, okay. So everyone started saying Jordan blunder. Can you just quickly go there?
Impossible. This one he cannot blunder.
Okay. Sorry. What was the last
one? Second. He went knight d4. He didn't go rook g3, which is a bit surprising. But he goes knight d4. Nodirbek goes rook.
His overall, his in general inclination is towards the king.
He just wants to mate, or he just wants to queen the pawn. So how about rook g3 now? Because I want to give this check.
Now it is great.
Oh, he goes rook to b3 check.
Maybe after that he will go rook g3. That's
king
possible.
a2. And now rook a3 and just take this. No, here's some trick. Yeah, tricky stuff by Nodirbek. Let's say here I go king b2, and if you play rook a4, is there some final trick that he has up his sleeve? Because now you're 3 pawns down.
Knight f6 with the idea of rook e8 mate.
No, king is on f7. There's a square. There's nothing much to play for.
So this works. Are we going to see a resignation in a bit, Sagar? But for Nodirbek to resign would be like a very heartbreaking thing. Like in, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine he was almost on the verge of creating history, winning a Tata Steel
Correct.
at the age of 18. Would have been such a beautiful thing for him. He played amazing chess. He really deserved
He beat
being
Magnus.
there. Yeah,
And that too
and
in a
that too,
convincing game.
most complicated game in a
Yeah.
way, that ending. So definitely, we are seeing some how the heartbreaks can be really brutal in a way.
I feel like sports is a very big, shows you great metaphors for life, because in sports you can clearly see who won, who lost, while in life only you can feel it. Externally you can't. Like, let's say you have a bad day at work, you can't prove it by a bar, which, imagine there's a bar which tells you whether you did well in the day or you did poorly. And I think, um, if you feel that it has not been a great day or a great week or a great month or a great year, then what you need to see is how these players actually fight back. Like Nodirbek for sure will be very upset with this, but I just get a feeling that it will strengthen him. And I think, Amruta, it's good to have such experiences when you are young,
Yeah, because
because
you
it
actually
it grows your repertoire of emotions.
that's very well said, and it's absolutely right because you are also able to recover much easier, and then in future also you're always comparing. Okay, if I face that, then I can face this.
Yes, exactly. And I think that is a very good way to look at. You just draw energy from yourself, that hey, I have seen the worst in this tournament. I was right up there and I lost. And I, um, then did not win that tournament. And then you use it when next time you are leading to sort of play better.
Be in control.
Yeah,
Yeah, more be in control
more,
as
be
well.
in more control of your nerves. King b2, and I think
Absolutely.
rook a4 will happen. Yeah, rook a4 played.
Kaushik says local bar beside office will tell about a bad day at work.
Okay, let's go to Arjun Erigaisi after
Yeah,
bishop d2.
but we may keep shifting quickly because I feel
You mean this way, this way, this way, this way, this
no,
way,
no,
this
no,
way?
no, 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 no. People
Okay.
will throw tomatoes
Sorry,
there.
guys. Sorry. Very sorry.
Tomatoes.
Guys.
He says, the email of says, bar wali analogy I'm going to use. Trademark nahi hai na Sagar bhai.
Nee, bhai. No trademark. We should do an interview with Nodirbek if it is possible. I don't think it would be. Okay. Magnus is thinking he has 37 minutes. I like how Arjun's sitting in his chair.
Yeah, that is a good observation.
That is Arjun.
That will
Oh, nice.
slightly intimidate, right? Like, not Magnus actually. Who knows?
Hey, Amruta.
96?
96.
Oh, people are throwing tomatoes.
Guys, thank you. Thank you. Tomorrow we are making tomato salad. Please, you're all welcome to join in because you've contributed to the ingredients.
Or maybe rasam.
Rasam, nice.
Then
So
Magnus played knight. Does it give any bit of chances, or at least something which helps him to stay more in the game?
I mean, you have to take the pawn here, Amruta. I don't see what else to do, because if you take on d6 after cd6, you are pawn down and without much play. So it might be something where you must take on c7, and then I think Magnus would have a reply up his sleeve. Now queen a4 doesn't look that dangerous because the b4 pawn is defended.
Oh, right.
But I don't know what would be his idea. Arjun will take on c7. Arjun is a big fighter, and he loves such complex moves where, he has more pieces around his opponent's king.
I completely agree with your statement that those two moves have been extremely impressive, and it has made Magnus. I mean, Magnus now knows he might be winning still, but Arjun is giving him as many difficulties as possible.
Yeah, Arjun is fighting really well. he is going to make it as tough as possible for Magnus.
Isn't the white bishop hanging? Yes, it is right now. So knight d7, knight c7.
Yeah, knight c7 hits the queen. Queen h8, trying to enter from this side perhaps somewhere. And then let's say knight e6, king
Can you
f7
go
makes
bishop
sense.
g5? No, there is knight f5.
And then Amruta, what do we do? Do we
What
go
if I
bishop
just,
d3?
yeah, what if I just do that actually?
e4. It's looking crazy with this bishop opening up. It's such a complex position. Bishop f1, g3 with g2 coming up. No, I mean for humans this will be very tough to play.
Okay, so let's move to Nodirbek's game.
Yeah, let's go to Nodirbek versus, and there you have Nodirbek.
Amrin Taj Super Chat says, Vishy says in a long game, if you want to get something, put in the time. When you get the success, it will feel like it popped out of nowhere. But it never does. This win is fruits of Anish's hard work.
Nice one. Nice one. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think for Anish, it's not just about hard work. Personally, I can tell you one thing, that when I look at Anish, I see a man who is able to detach his emotions from the objective evaluation of the position. Often, like, it's very rare quality, and sometimes it has gone against him. Like, he is better, but he just feels that no, I think this is sort of drawish, and he has drawn his games. But it has also saved him. So, he resigns. He resigns there.
Goodness.
This means Anish Giri is the champion of Tata Steel Masters 2023. What a big moment. But spare thought for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He is rearranging his pieces, but he has played the tournament of his life here.
And you can see even Jordan having this, silence. So that
he speaks about this move, Amruta.
Arey, excuse.
No, that's Magnus.
Okay, but Magnus, excuse. 1 second.
Well, maybe we can change our camera.
No, that's not Magnus.
Yeah, it was Magnus. He says that in this position, he should have taken AB4. That was what?
But Nodirbek is smiling. I mean, look at him. Oh yeah, that is Magnus. Magnus is analyzing. Magnus said something to him. Maybe Magnus said, kind of, can you move the board? Board nikal. Board.
No, I think Magnus said something, but
Yeah, he
maybe he
said
just,
and then he went.
maybe he must have given him something like,
Tip, yeah.
don't
Maybe
worry
something-
about this loss. You played well. Something on those lines.
What? It was Magnus, right?
Yeah.
So Magnus. Yuri tries to say something to him.
And now Magnus Carlsen might have slightly more energy here to convert this.
Yuri says something. Magnus said. Did you see?
I think he shook his hand, right? Deep Shah says,
Yuri. Yeah, he said okay. I think something which did mean like not to feel bad. Something which is.
do you
that's
feel
what
like
I mean.
Magnus is like this big brother kind of a thing for these youngsters?
Yeah,
has
I
a
mean, he
soft corner
definitely
for
wants everybody to rise. It's not like, oh, they're making my life difficult. He is loving that his life is becoming difficult, because that kind of gives him, knows that he can bring his best out.
I think it's that feeling which you have where you have gone through something similar before, and you know that it's very heartbreaking, and when you see someone else going through that, you want them to know that don't worry.
Yeah.
For example, let's say I am writing an article, and I know that
vanishes away.
sometimes it doesn't save, and it has happened to me in critical moments. And if I see a young person writing an article and that happens to him, I'll be like, okay, don't worry, it happens. Something like that, okay?
What was the
Because I've written
example?
thousands of articles. But I guess that's where it stems from. Also, Deep Shah says, kudos, Anish. So happy for you. From the Tata Steel to this Tata Steel, you have been wonderful. And thanks, Sagar CBI. You guys are gems too. Thank you, Deep.
Oh my god. I mean, it's still sinking in, Sagar, because Nodirbek was smiling at the end. I think he got some time to mentally prepare himself to accept his
Amruta,
loss.
if you just have a camera right now at Nodirbek when he's going to his room, you won't see smiles. Yeah, I'm sure
course.
he's upset.
No, without any doubt. Like,
But he just put up that brave face there, I feel. No?
yes. No, it was very nice.
It was
also.
great. It was great of him, but I don't think that. I mean, he was so close.
It's so hard to
It's
do
so hard.
that.
It's so
In fact,
hard.
it is definitely impressive.
Yeah.
It is extremely hard. You won't even many times feel like being there for another extra moment. It's
Yeah.
like you want to give this coach and you want to run away from there, that way.
Yeah,
So,
that is true. That is true.
wow.
Ha-
He
have
says,
you
Sagar,
ever?
I'll read. Sagar, I really love watching you and your lovely wife Amrita. I'm from Florida, but I want to come to visit you someday, sir. It would be such a pleasure and honor to come visit your club and meet you. Oh, that is
That would be great, T.
amazing. Yeah, Sagar.
Vignesh says, I
Twice.
called it earlier. It's time for Anish to harvest the rewards of all his hard work. Well, Vignesh, I agree with him. He's been Anish's biggest fan and supporter, I think, in the chat. He's always been talking about his games, and I think Vignesh, congratulations to you, because you really believed that Anish would win this event. Yeah. You were saying 2 times you were very
Twice,
close?
which was very important and which I remember. Yeah, National Women's Championship, I was just winning there in Assam.
Ah, yes, I remember this. Guys, that time I was her boyfriend because I was in Hungary and Amruta was playing in Assam. It was national championship, national B. It was at that point, national challengers, and she had played a great event. She was leading, I think, by half a point, if I'm not mistaken. And all that you needed in the last round was a draw, and you were playing against Sonakshi, who is right now Swapnil Dhopade's wife and better half. And Amruta, I think, played so aggressively. And I was like, who would play like this when they just need a draw? And I think she was like, you were 200 elo points higher rated than her, something like that.
But
Oh
also,
my.
it was
And then you lost
better.
that game,
Yeah.
and then you finished second. And I think it's similar. I mean, okay, where is Tata Steel and where is National Women Challengers? But still, the feeling is the same.
Yeah,
Right.
even National Junior, one
Yeah.
National Junior, I lost it. Then I came maybe third or something like that. Yeah.
How do you cope with such losses, Amruta? What did you do at that point after losing such a game against Europe? Because you were leading throughout the event. Just like Nodirbek, you knew that you would win it.
You definitely cry when you're alone.
You cried?
When you're alone,
Oh.
you definitely do. But in general, it keeps haunting you for many days. It's not about a day. It keeps coming back. You keep feeling, oh my God, that move. Why did I make it? It kind of irritates you. It kind of, in the process, you are becoming mentally tougher. There is zero doubt about that. Like, you don't realize while it is happening. Only you realize later
Right.
that you have become tougher because as we compare, yeah, okay, that is what I missed. But this one, okay, this is easy to handle because I have missed something bigger that way. So I'm sure it's everyone goes through such experiences in life, and people have become stronger. So many people have evolved through so many tragedies and they have remained stronger. So
Yes.
still, I mean, hats off to all of you guys who have sustained yourself and look at life optimistically.
Very nice, Amruta. That's great bit of thoughts there. But I think Arjun has gone with
Do
bishop
you think we should
h6.
open a channel of philosophical discussions where
Not if
we
you laugh after you say
can
this. You should be like very stoic faced. What is Arjun playing so confidently?
but I like that. Doesn't
But
matter
the
everything
engine is
else.
just saying that look, Arjun, you are losing.
What if Magnus is getting intimidated? It doesn't seem like that from his body language at all.
I don't think so. Bishop to g5 is what Arjun played. A very cool move. But if queen d8, I think Magnus will just take a look at the position with fresh eyes and he'll be like, okay, queen d8, I hit your bishop. You take, I take with the queen. What did you gain? You are a pawn down. My g pawn is running down the board. It's all over. Prakhar says, Sagar, bhai, please revisit your interview with Anish from last year after Tata. Amruta, I'm getting a bit confused. It was 2021 when he lost, right, against Jordan, not 2022. 2022 someone else won, or am I just getting confused?
Not sure. Rishi says, I'm very inspired to play chess after watching you. Before I was 900, now I am 1500. I'll be very happy to if you reply to this comment.
Well, all the best, Rishi, and I'm sure that you will keep on growing your rating, and I'm very glad that you are motivated. That's really good to know. So the last winner was Magnus, yes. So it was 2021, and by the way, Wikipedia is so quick. They've already updated 2023 winner as Anish Giri.
What?
Yeah,
What?
people are, this is the beauty of having
So
contributors,
good.
right? Because there are so many people are across the world who are waiting to just edit it.
Crazy man. शाश्वत परिदा से सागर भाई एक बढ़िया थंबनेल बनाना अनीश के इंटरव्यू के लिए.
Yes.
Narendra Khandekar says saw video of Charvi interview, really great. She's playing national under 17.
Yes, exactly. That was very cool. Charvi is playing in the open section. She's 9 years old and she's playing against under 17 open, so boys mainly. And she is staying true to her promise that she had given Judith Polgar, where she said, I will play in the open segment, which is very cool.
Vinay Kant asks, from ethics point of view, if you have to learn one or two things from Magnus,
Yeah.
what would it be?
I think one of the things which I'm learning from Magnus, and because it's still a continuing journey in his life right now, we may not be able to have conclusions from it. But I think one thing is that if you believe in something, you just stand for it. Like, for example, giving up the world title, which he has done, it's not at all easy to take these decisions, but he's taken them. Second is like the way he treats all these youngsters, Amruta. I really enjoy watching it.
That's a very good point. Actually, it is not so easy in a way, the way he is looking at them.
Yeah.
This angle in itself is beautiful in a way. And one thing about Magnus is always you see, he comes across as a very honest person. So you will not say him saying you will not see him saying something else here than saying something else over there.
Right. We don't know him personally, but at
Yeah.
least in his interviews and
Yeah,
in his professional life and towards chess, he's very honest.
yeah.
Like he never says, if he has not seen a move, he will be like, yo, I found that brilliant move. He'll be like, oh, it just popped out of nowhere and I
That is the good thing about many top players, by the way.
I
I mean,
think
it is the quality that they, because they reach the top because they accept they have not seen, to understand. In a way,
or
it
it's
is,
just like, it's
yeah.
like your truthfulness towards your art.
That
Because
way.
I
Correct.
don't think you can something that you have practiced for hours,
Correct.
you can lie to yourself about it. So let's say like musicians who do riyaz or you who practice every single day won't really be able to fool themselves when they are not in their best form.
Wow, nicely said. All the Indians though made him played for all 6 hours.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe Arjun wriggles out of this in some way, but I think after Queen D8, it doesn't seem very likely because let's say after I take, Queen takes, he has the G pawn going down the board.
Very hard. Gaurav Garg says, is this the same Anish Giri who made 14 draws in a row in 2016 candidates tournament? Many congrats, Anish. I hope your trolls take a rest now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, come on. He's this is I think the biggest victory of his life, and he's going to cherish it for sure. And I hope we can get the footage of the closing ceremony. But I
Maybe Sopiko travels there.
yeah, of course she will, I guess, with both the kids because it's just maybe half an hour away or something like that.
I don't know how far it is. It's interesting to know.
Do you think Anish right now celebrates there with his friends or he goes home to pick up his kids, kids and wife?
That's so cool. Rayan says, I'm playing under 13 open. Arey Rayan, all the best right now. It's the best.
Oh, and we have Charvi in the chat. She says, Hi Sagar, this is Charvi. I'm very happy that Anish won the tour. Yes, that is true. Even Charvi. I mean, a lot of people are happy that Anish won because they have in some way been in touch. If you remember, Ilam Parthi won the Anish Giri Deathmatch Scholarship. By the way, Queen H8 played. And so also Charvi, I think, met him during the Olympiad. So many people have been connected with him and are very happy. Okay, and Arjun goes back, bishop e3.
Atulya says, Sagarbai, this is the first time I followed an entire tournament. Previously, I used to watch only the main matches. Thanks to you.
Yeah. Great. I mean, it was a very exciting event, I would say. There was a lot to learn from so many games. In fact, we have this academy.chessbase.in, which is Chessranga, this platform which we are building. And I was analyzing so many games there. I have to put it up. I have put some videos on our YouTube channel, but I'll put it up there where you can actually guess the moves, try to practice.
Get the points.
Yeah.
Get the feedback like a coach actually.
Right. So this tournament does provide some great learning content.
Pranav says your streams had become a thing of my evenings for last few days. Will miss it.
Well, I'm sure something soon will come up.
Dave says not to forget. Anish won back-to-back Mr. Dodgy Invitational. Lol. Congrats, Anish. This is massive.
Yes, this is huge. This is huge.
Okay, so AK.
Amruta, my main
if
issue
Forest
is
wouldn't be in 2021, 2023. Wouldn't be in means doesn't exist at all.
imagine if Van Forest wouldn't be in 2021, 23. So it means that he's saying that in 21 he stopped Anish from winning, and in 23 he helped Anish to win. So both of that kind of even out, sort of something like that.
Possible. What were you saying? What was your main question?
I think no, I don't know. I think G pawn needs to be pushed, but also B6 is hanging.
How is Magnus's body language? Like, do you think he seems to be in control?
Yeah,
or
he's looking very calm. Also because it's the last game of the round.
Oh, last game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the cameras we have. There's this nice one, Amruta, here. Maybe we can have a look at Arjun from this angle.
Oh, by the way, I can also see Adiban there.
Adiban is still playing. How is he doing today?
What? Yeah, about Adiban and Vaishali. What's the update, guys?
Vaishali lost to Amin Tabatabai. Meanwhile, Adiban seems to have an equal position against Max Warmerdam.
Uh, Abdul Sami says, love from Pakistan. Following you guys since the beginning, your chemistry together and knowledge analysis towards chess is remarkable. Thank you,
Thank you,
Sami.
Abdul. You know, Amruta, my only worry is that we will be able to see the closing ceremony because they might put up the video cams, perhaps. I'm not sure, I'll have to ask. But there might not be any audio. And
That
then
is okay
Anish
na.
will have a witty speech
Huh?
at the end of the day,
Which we can replicate later.
which we can just try to guess his
Lip
words.
sync. Oh, by the way, Prachi Jain says Sopiko and kids are already there at the venue, as
How do
Anish
you know?
says in the Tata Steel interview.
Oh,
nice.
that is nice. Then nice pictures coming our way.
Ashish Anand says it feels some kind of personal win. That's Anish Giri, everyone. Such a lovable sports person.
Right, right.
Oh, and we have a huge super chat by Gaurav Garg.
Oh, Gaurav, thank you.
He says, please accept my congratulations for a super coverage of this tournament. I hope Chesswiz team visits Astana and brings superb coverage for World Championship also.
Gaurav, we haven't thought about it, but yes, we will try our best to do something on that event as well. The World Championship with Nepo and Ding is going to be something big, a big event. We have still not really adjusted our mind to the thought of, Magnus not playing the World Championship, because he's still the world champion. Every time I write about him, it's like world champion Magnus Carlsen, and maybe in 3 months from now he won't be. But yes, it will be a very important event, Amruta, in the calendar year of chess.
Absolutely. Still less in comparison to all the World Championship, without doubt.
Yeah.
So, one question, G3.
G3 with the idea of playing G2
Is
and
it
Queen
a
H1.
tournament with maximum times we had to say Jitu?
Well, that's because we are analyzing a lot deeper, here. Can we go Queen H2 now? The main issue for White is that his counterplay against the Black King is gone, and the only way he can create counterplay is by somehow pushing the C pawn. But
More
it's
like
not
a race,
easy.
like Pragg's G pawn versus Magnus's A pawn. That kind of
Right.
thing.
But this race is just too one-sided because there's nothing much happening. Also, bishop e4, the king is too weak. So it's very tough for Arjun to create play. But at the same time, Arjun is known for his trickiness. I also feel Arjun is tired. You see him yawning there. He might have been preparing late nights here. Amruta, 13 rounds of this tournament is
And
quite
classical chess,
tough.
such games are intense.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Like, I remember normally earlier we used to have 9 rounds, which were classical tournament. And then 8th and 9th round, you kind of somehow drag yourself. So this is already huge. Bini says the love Indian chess community has for Anish. My heart is full seeing Anish win this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Kedar says I used to play chess as a kid but couldn't continue due to some tragedies in my life. I love the game and I have a great way to stay in touch with the game. Many thanks to you, Sagar and Amrita. Thank you.
Well, we are very happy that many people have reconnected to the sport in the last few months or years. And we hope that you will take the next step, which is to go and play some tournaments. I think chess is, of course, a very nice way to sort of unwind and relax, but also once in a while, if you do play tournaments, you stay very much in touch with the sport, and it gives you that adrenaline rush, that kick. You don't easily sort of disparage the players by saying, "Oh, how could he blunder that? That was so easy," and stuff like that, because you yourself blunder a lot then. So that would be a good idea to play some tournaments.
By the way, Sagar, imagine if Magnus falls off to sleep. Last round, last game is very tired. And this flag falls. That is still a decent, realistic chance.
No, no, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon.
No? That is being too optimistic for Arjun. Hmm. Zain says, Sagar bhai, I used to think GM means good morning. Shashank Ashwat, arey yeah, long time Shashank. He says we need a victory celebration plus analysis stream on CBI.
What about the giveaway, the one promised before the starting of the event? We'll check. We'll check who has guessed it right, and we'll give it. Yes, of course, Amrita. We will try our best to ask Anish when is he free. He won't have a big gap because he is playing at the WR Masters, which starts from I think it is 16th of Feb or 15th of Feb or something that in that period. So he has 15 days to get back. And the WR Masters is another wonderful classical event. Gukesh drew today. What is Magnus thinking here? He has 21 minutes left. Arjun has 22 minutes, Amrita. And if I have to think about a move, I think it might be a good idea to get this bishop off this diagonal. Let's say if I manage to do that with queen h5, that is one way. The other way, of course, is to go queen h2. But I guess the best way is to just simply push your pawn to g3. Why not?
If it is the right time to push, then he will push.
Yeah.
मैग्नस के नज़र से क्या लग रहा है? Can you try to be the eye tracker for a while? But it's very difficult to track Magnus's eyes.
Yeah. Sure. What does he do? Oh, he goes e4. Okay.
E4. Somehow Magnus is very much for those dark squares, and he very much believes in the idea of getting his queen to a1.
Here,
So,
yeah, he's kept this
queen a8
open.
and queen a1 idea. He wants it to be open. Win Super Chats, thanks for the outstanding coverage as always, Sagar and Amrita. Finally, after finishing second 5 times before, our boy brings it home. Like 5 times. Oh, 5 times he played came second.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not
That's
sure.
a lot.
Arjun quickly goes and grabs the pawn. But I think this is now game over, Amrita. The main reason is that you can go queen h2.
What side? G3 only, right? And
G3
then...
or just queen e5,
Oh,
trying to enter here.
Wow, what a nice.
And it's a very nice regrouping move because you can bring your queen this way
Oh,
and then push both the pawns like down the board.
you won't even need to. Mostly the king will get mated. But if queen h2 and queen e5 is the idea which Magnus had thought,
Yeah.
it's so creative because it's such a different regrouping.
Yes.
This is really like an art. Amazing.
Gukesh's comeback in this tournament has been admirable, says Aditya Bhopale. I also think so. Because at one point it was like everything was just collapsing for Gukesh. He was losing one game after another. He actually stalled the bleeding at some point. I think he was down to 2705 or something, and then he's pushed himself up to 2718. So in the end, he lost only 7 elo points. And I believe that Arjun, if he loses this game, he might lose around 20 to 21 elo points. So it was a very tough event. Abdusattorov, meanwhile, has gained a total of 20 elo points here. So he's become world number 18. This last round did
Wow,
last.
20.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
this
mean, today if he would not have lost, it would be around 20. How much did he lose today?
5 elo points. So if he would have
7, 8
drawn today,
difference.
yeah, he would have, maybe if he would have won, then he would have maybe even become world number 12, I think.
My God,
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, Parham Maksudlu, by the way, yeah. Something has to be spoken about him
How much?
because Parham Maksudlu has also gained 10 elo points, but it's the tournament didn't start off so well for him because he lost to Abdusattorov, he lost to Gukesh, then he lost to Magnus. But these last 3 rounds were just phenomenal. He gained some 15 elo points there. And I think Magnus
Oh,
goes queen
and
h2. He
yeah.
finds the move. Brilliant move.
So that was his idea when he played e4.
Yeah,
His creativity doesn't stop, yeah? Never a burnout for his creativity
true.
in that way. Wow.
And what will be Magnus's end result from this event? I think he will lose around 6 to 7 elo points, Amruta. But he will end up with 2850 plus rating here. Which is okay. I mean, he would definitely have wanted to win this event, but half a point behind Anish.
Arun Raman asks, what are the biggest learnings for the Indian youngsters from this super tournament? Do you think they should do something different? Example in their mental prep, physical.
I think they just have to go back and sit down with these games, which they will, along with their team, trainers, figure out how to work. And I think this is a very common occurrence in the life of a chess player. A bad event something goes wrong, and then they fix it. So it does happen, and I don't think it's something out of the ordinary that happened here.
Mas says, learn chess to a great level from your lessons. All thanks to Sagar Bhai.
Thank you, Mas.
Yes, Aswat says, if Magnus wins, it will be nice to see Anish in first place and Magnus with second. But no, I think
Nodirbek will be second, yeah. Because I think even in their personal encounter, Nodirbek has beaten Magnus. But I don't know what is the tie break which they will use. There might be SB score. So I'm not sure.
अरे यश पारेख had said e4 long back, कोई देखा नहीं था. Yash Parekh, if you had seen e4 with that finish too, then amazing. Nikun says, Sagar and Amrita, you have been at the forefront of promoting not only Indian chess but also worldwide. Their enthusiastic coverage of every major tournament has been a catalyst for chess boom. Thanks. Thank you, Nikun.
Thank you, Nikun. That's very kind of you.
SG Tech says, Sagar, your way of explaining anything is so unique. Please write a book relating chess and real life. It will help many youngsters and teenagers.
But where did the video go?
नहीं ये हो नहीं सकता तू अपना दिखे.
No. Seriously, all videos got switched off.
I think they're like, okay, last day we have to do closing ceremony. Come on. What just happened? And you're pretty cool and calm and just
Yeah, I was a bit surprised.
I didn't sink in, I think. So
Well, let's hope it comes back. Queen h2. And now Magnus has 18 minutes on the clock.
Magnanandhaa Karla Babu. Oh no, that's a fake name.
He plays bishop g1, Amruta. But this is now game over.
Queen e5, right? You had mentioned.
Queen e5 is one idea, but I think he has something against it. Maybe check, king e7, and then it's actually even winning for Arjun, Amruta.
What?
With queen a3 here.
I mean, if this position had even this chance that Arjun could get to a win if Magnus makes a mistake, that's still huge.
That is actually, this is what Arjun is all about, the tricky Arjun. So maybe, Amruta, the right way to play here, slightly tricky, is to go queen e2. And the idea here is that you want to play check.
It's a mate. No, queen c2, sorry.
And then maybe put your bishop to d1 somehow. So let's say, what move would you play here?
With white? Queen
c2. Queen c2, suppose. I go queen f1 check.
Queen c1.
Queen c1 back. I go queen d3.
Queen c2.
Queen c2. And now I go queen a3.
I think that's the point, because queen a1 is a mate.
So you go queen a2, maybe then queen b4 hangs.
Yeah, now my b4 is again not protected.
Yeah.
Oh, he played queen e2, Sagar. Magnus did play queen e2, by the way.
Oh, I think Magnus has won. We got the news from
Oh, but then they ended, because for them it ended over there, but the lag was there, so we couldn't see it. Oh my god. Oh, got it. What happened?
Yeah, that's what he said. There was a 15-minute lag, then they just shut it off when Magnus won because they had to close it. So guys, a small spoiler for all of you that Magnus won this game, but it's not a big surprise.
So they are going to start the closing ceremony. Yeah, we are trying to ask. We are trying to see if there is any possibility of that.
They are going to start so soon?
No. I mean, I'm assuming because they switched off this camera, which means they are preparing for the closing
But also,
ceremony.
this Supi versus Abhimanyu Mishra game is going on.
Acha.
So it's not like this is the only game.
Vinay Thirde asked, so Mr. Sagar, how is the 8-year-old doing?
8-year-old? Kind of have to revive him, yeah. Haven't done many videos with him, but there are already 60 plus videos on our channel about the 8-year-old boy.
We should complete 100.
Yeah.
That would be a nice thing. BR Vishal says, Sagar bhai played an OTB tournament after almost 15 years. Thanks to the inspiration from your channel. Thanks a lot for reigniting the love for the game.
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful to know. Amazing.
Yeah. Shashank Ashwath says Pragg finished with -2 last year and -1 this year. So it is an improvement considering this year's lineup was even stronger than last.
Yeah.
True. Agreed completely. Rakshit says congrats for 1.1 million subs, Sagar.
Yes. We gained, like generally we would celebrate every 100k before, because it was very clear 100k, 200k, 300k and so on. Now it's 1.1 million, which looks like a small thing, but it is a 100k gain, so it's very nice.
Why would I always think 1.1 is only 10,000 extra?
Hey Amruta.
Gukesh says we want Grandmaster Chess back, please. Magnus edition.
Magnus Vishy.
We should ask. Vishy is also. Oh,
Vishy,
you
Magnus,
had a birthday,
Ding.
You could have blackmailed Vishy on a birthday.
Oh, by the way, Magnus has won. Arjun has resigned. So Magnus does beat one of the 3 Indian youngsters. Arjun fought quite hard, but in the end, he was not able to win. And Oh, by the way, we have just news coming in from the Wijk that they will not be recording the closing ceremony.
Ah,
I believe that's because they want to keep it a little bit more informal, perhaps.
possible.
I don't know. So that's the reason why we won't be able to show it to you. We wanted to see it. Maybe we can ask Sopiko to do Instagram live. Then everyone
No,
can
but
go.
she should enjoy these moments right now.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
has two kids, by the way. I
No,
mean,
she
the
can.
Insta live, Danny, Michael, how do you expect her
No,
to?
just take a stand and put it, man.
Ah, if she has
Monopod.
it.
Okay.
Wow, guys, but 2000 people stayed till the end almost. I mean,
Yeah, it's 10 p.m. This is the peak time generally every day. But today it ended because it started 2 hours early. So I want to thank everyone here who has followed this tournament right from day one. At the start, we had an option to sort of broadcast it without a camera or with a camera. It's always a decision to make. There are always certain financials to take care of and so on. But we knew that you guys would enjoy this event considering that we had three of our youngsters playing and we went for it. And actually, I think we have been very happy, very pleased with what has turned out, Amruta, because so many people followed what coverage was made and you enjoyed it. I think it was um, very enjoyable at the end of the day. So thank you all for following this broadcast. It was great fun. And yeah, classical chess is not always dull or boring, Amruta. What do you think?
I completely agree. The games they tried to play over here were so exciting. The end games, I think we understood how deep it can go and how much we can learn. In fact, if the amount of learning you can get by watching one classical depth game in depth is way more than watching five rapid games for sure.
Possible, very much.
Yeah, not for sure. That's
No, I mean it's
but the people who really wanted to increase their positional understanding, I think this is the real place, like classical event, where they can learn about that. Because you have so much time with every move that what is this bishop doing? What is this knight doing?
Yeah.
You try to focus on everything, right?
yes. And I think also the fact that there were three time controls made this tournament richer. Yeah, like many times you would think, oh, there was time pressure, but oh, he got 15 minutes again. But
Yeah.
here it was more like, oh, he got 15 minutes again. Now he can again play good moves. And in that way, we got a very high quality of games, and very few games were decided by time trouble,
Yes.
which is so nice to see that chess is not only about clock, it is also about that good moves made. You try to outwit your opponent over the board. Mistakes happen even when you have a lot of time on hand.
In fact, when Gukesh initially in the first half was coming in time pressure quite a lot, I mean, for him it definitely affected his better positions
Yes.
there. So that would be because from Rapid, when he play from Tata Steel Rapid, when he plays this classical chess, sometimes it feels like you have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Then when you lose because of time, you think, oh my god, it's classical, but still I have limited time. And then I think it really helped his performance.
Correct. And by the way, guys, for all of you, the standings are here. Anish Giri winning the Tata Steel Masters 2023 with a score of 8.5 out of 13. Nodirbek on 8. Magnus Carlsen on 8. Wesley So fourth with 7.5. Caruana fifth with 7. Maksudlu sixth with 7 points. Aronian seventh. Richard Rapport eighth. Praggnanandhaa finishes ninth. Pragg, I think, is the only Indian player who gained rating here, 5 elo points. Jordan finishes 10th. He played a huge role in the last round. Ding finishes 11th. Who's going to fight for the world championship? I'm sure he is not very thrilled with his performance here. Gukesh making a strong comeback towards the end, but didn't have a good start, finishing with 5.5 out of 13. Vincent with 5 out of 13. He also did not win a game, all draws, and Arjun finishing last with 4 out of 13. I think this might be one of those rare performances for Arjun in recent times where he hasn't done well. But
Yes.
it will, I think, for Arjun, it will be just the most perfect occasion to sort of make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, imagine after 3 years, he is at the top. He's been winning tournaments. This is a story for him.
Yeah,
Tata Steel, I came last, and for sure, it's very important progress for him, which is going to happen because of this tournament later.
correct.
So
And also, Amruta, I just want to show the
yeah,
viewers the standings, final standings of the.
I mean, by the way, Siddharth Ranadive says Ding had an underwhelming tournament, probably saving his preparation for the World Championship match.
I agree.
Oh,
These are the challengers standings.
by the way, Keith in the chat, Array Keith, thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Keith. Donchenko winning it with 10 out of 13. Yilmaz with 9 out of 13 finishes second. So Donchenko gets his ticket to the next year's
Oh,
Masters.
okay.
And Sindarov playing really well. Amruta Javokir Sindarov scoring 8.5 out of 13. I think Sindarov is one guy you should definitely look out for. He is young, he's talented, and I think right now he is number 9 in the world in juniors. He gained 6 elo points. So in juniors we have Firuza at number 1 right now. Still he's below 20. Abdusattorov is at number 2. And then we have Gukesh, Hans Niemann, Arjun, Praggnanandhaa, Vincent, Nihal, Sindarov, Avonder Liang, Sadhwani. These are the sort of top 11 players there. And Vaishali, by the way, had a decent event. She played 4.5. She scored 4.5 points, Amruta, and I think she gained 8 elo points, which is good news for her in such an event. Whereas Adiban Bhaskaran had also not a bad event, but this last round he from an equal position he lost, it seems. So he's finished with 7 out of 13 with 2 losses. So a decent score for him, and in 5th place he finished. What's next for us? I think for now, I want to maybe do some more instructional streams. That's my aim for next few days. Amruta wants to do a few bullet streams.
Completely
Amruta?
uninstructional streams.
Yeah, but fun streams. That's what is her plan. And then we are. I am planning to go to Dusseldorf for the WR Masters, at least for half the event, like second half. And there are other plans which are in the works right now, and I will reveal them to you as the time comes by. But definitely, we want to launch India's Got Chess Talent second edition soon. The last one proved to be very useful for the 32 players who trained with the top GMs, and that plan we want to do this year as well. So I'll launch it soon, and maybe you can also take part and get a chance to improve your chess, to learn your chess, to showcase your talent to the world at large.
I have a suggestion with this thumbnail which you're showing, Sagar. Why don't you start your physical fitness where your real photo is also like this and then you're putting both? Guys, how do you like the idea? Sagar does.
The standings looks good, right, Amrita? I would have loved to see the closing, but guys, you can see it on Tata Steel's website on their channel. Some great work by the organizers, also by Fiona, who has been the interviewer for all these days, and also by Lennart, who has been providing us with the tech support with videos and also pictures, and also Jurian, who has been taking so many pictures over there. So all these
Nice.
people have done.
Amazing. It takes so much to do one classical event, yeah?
Yeah, a lot. I think, yeah, one thing which we are definitely keen on doing is to try for a super tournament this year in India. This would be a huge thing if we can, classical super tournament, because I feel that India should have one of its own, and I'm sure that we should be able to manage it with 5 players about 2700. It should not be such a difficult thing to achieve. So this is something which we would love to do it.
Lord always asked how Bhai, do tell us about the youngsters who are being sponsored by ChessBiz India. How are the kids progressing?
I am planning to do an article which will talk about the work we have done in the last few months, and also talk about a small initiative that we want to do, which is called the uh, Help Chess Simul, or the Big Believer Simul, because there were many people who have contributed above 50,000 rupees for supporting chess players, and we want to bring them all together in an online simul with one of India's top players playing against them. So this is something that we will plan in the days to come, so that more people, that these people who have contributed are recognized, and we thank them for their support. So this is one idea. Okay, guys, Amruta, I think we should
Yes.
close this right now. Yes, and yeah, maybe we will think about covering also the Champions Chess Tour this year. I think Feb is also that event which might happen. So we will look at that. Maybe we'll have more news for you about it very shortly. Where to watch prize ceremony? I think it's not live. It will come on the channel later of Tata Steel Chess, so you can follow it there. Okay. And yes, of course, interview with Anish Giri is one of the priorities. We will try to bring that to you. Take care, guys. Amruta, any final words from you?
Oh, nothing. Have a great time. Thank you all for being here. Because of you, we are also here. Maza aaya. The chat was very active in suggesting moves. So sweet.
Yes, that is always fun.
Yeah. And see you soon. Bye.
Tata Steel Chess.